of Ibero-American Group is making his entrance. Likewise, with us, we have the excellent Mr. Manuel Otero, the director of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation for Agriculture, and the excellent Mr. Lloyd, the subdirector from IICA, whose distinguished presence honor and elevate this meeting.
Damas y caballeros, tengan
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the Ministry of Agricultural Development and Irrigation and the Inter-American Institute for the Cooperation of Agriculture, IICA, cordially welcome you to the opening of the 45th Ordinary Meeting of the Executive 25. Our authorities are already at the table. We therefore greet the excellent Mr. Ángel Manero Campos, Minister of Agricultural Development and Irrigation and President of the Executive Committee of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation for Agriculture, IICA. We also greet the excellent Mr. Manuel Otero, the General Director of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation for Agriculture, and the excellent Mr. Lloyd, Subdirector of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation for Agriculture, IICA. Likewise, we are going to extend our greeting to the excellent ministers and chiefs of delegation of IICA, as well as the ministers and chiefs of delegations of the countries that are not members. Likewise, our distinguished observant ambassadors of the associated countries, the honorable diplomatic body, and the representatives of the international organisms that have been credited before the illustrious government of the Republic of Peru. Likewise, the officials of Minagri and officials of IICA and invited authorities in general. I hope that you are all feel very welcome to this 45th Ordinary Meeting of the Executive Committee of the Inter-American Institute of Cooperation for Agriculture, IICA. So that we can begin this ceremony, this opening ceremony, we will share a video with you which summarizes the on an international level, which for the first time takes place in Peru as a hosting country. Please go ahead with the video. Today, Peru is the meeting point where the Americas meet to transform agriculture, sharing knowledge, and tracing the path together towards a more prosperous and sustainable continent. With pride, we receive ministers and delegates from countries, members of the IICA, an organism that for over 80 years have been promoting agricultural development and rural well-being in the Americas. We will be host of the 45th Ordinary Meeting of the Executive highlights our commitment to rural development, food sustainability, and integration of the people. For the first time, and Peru is the heir of a deep tradition from the coast to the mountains and guardians of tremendous biodiversity and unique crops that exist in our country. We are united by a common commitment to build sustainable agriculture that is sustainable and resilient, sharing knowledges, innovation, and experiences that strengthen our rural communities and guarantee the well being of our families. Welcome to our country, a firm partner on the path towards agriculture in the Americas. Well, On the following days, August 19th and 20th, the ministers of delegates of the member and non-member states will be part of this dialogue of strategy and cooperation that is oriented towards promoting agriculture and rural well-being in the Americas. Peru uh, hosts us with special expectation of what it means to honor its role as a hosting country. Our country receives with pride this collective commitment that joins the Americas around a single objective, which to guarantee a more prosperous future that is also inclusive and resilient for our agricultural sector. Now we're going to hear the words of welcome of the distinguished Mr. Angel Manero Campos, the Minister of the Agrarian Development and Irrigation in the Republic of Peru, and the President of the Executive Committee of IICA. A round of applause for him, please. Good morning to each and every one of you. Uh, from the General Director and Sub-Director, colleagues, ministers of state, representatives of delegations, representatives of multilateral organisms of the private sector, officials from IICA, officials from the Ministry of Agriculture. It is an honor for the Peru to be the host of the 45th meeting of the Executive Committee. From 1942 in IICA, this has been the only and main platform, formal and institutional platform, that encompasses all the countries of the continent. And since that date, we have been a part of this institution and we have obtained benefits definitely from being part of it. We have gone through difficult years, prosperous years, but here we are still as an institution that seeks and fights for contributing value to the agricultural sector in the entire continent. Peru is an agrarian agricultural country since its birth, and to date it is still an agricultural country. One third of its population economically is active population is in the agricultural sector, and it's still a topic of national discussion. To talk about agriculture in Peru is like talking about religion or politics. Everybody knows about agriculture, and everybody has an opinion on it. What I'm what I mean is that it is a very important sector for the country, and most of our countries share much of this reality. This year, we have wanted to emphasize livestock because we feel that this is a sector where Peru has not made the most of its opportunities. And without a doubt, we have to move forward and we have to learn a lot from your countries and from your realities, from your experiences. And this is very important for us to have this technical session today. And we have many challenges. If you were to ask me what is the main challenge in my management, without a doubt, it is sustainability and giving value to the activity of the small Peruvian agriculture. That is the greatest challenge that we have. And it is a perfectly a solvable challenge. Of course, we need a lot of innovation, a lot of technology, and a lot of learning. And for this, it is important to have these meetings with IICA. But having said that, I also would like to refer be controversial, but we still think they're important to make them transparent and say things directly. We as a country, humbly, we would like to have a consensus to choose the next general director of IICA. We think that the unity is necessary, and we want to use this week that we have this coming week to think about and build the future of this institution. Having said that, we would also like to invoke the US delegation to support decidedly IICA and to be able to have, as a continent, a strengthened institution. And for Peru, to serve, and I repeat humbly, to achieve consensus, to achieve unity, and to have a strengthened institution from this executive committee. Thank you all so much.
Agradecemos la
We
participación
thank
del
the
director
participation of the director,
general de IICA y
general
organismo
director of IICA. Sorry.
A continuación vamos a
Now we are going to
invitar
invite
al señor
Mr.
excelentísimo
the
Manuel
distinguished
Otero,
Mr.
director
Manuel
general
Otero,
del
the general director
IICA,
of
para dar
IICA,
uso de la palabra
to
en esta reunión.
say his words at this meeting. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. When I see this full room, I'm convinced more than ever that IICA is a living organization, a vibrant organization. I feel the support of all the member countries. And I think that in 2042 we're going to be 100, so we are tracing the path for this centennial. I would like to first of all greet the excellent Mr. Angel Manero Campos, the Minister of the Agrarian Development and Irrigation of the Republic of Peru, who I thank deeply because last year, in the previous meeting of the Executive Committee, when we were discussing the hosting country, he raised his hand with an incredible strength and leadership. We had some doubts. I remember that I talked about this with the vice minister. She said, "Don't worry, the meeting will take place in Peru. Everything is going to go flawlessly." And I want to thank the minister for his strength. He is a highlighted, a distinguished specialist in business, in agro-industrial topics, in leadership, and his vision has made possible this third edition of the executive committee since IICA was born in 1942 to take place outside of the main branch, and that is all thanks to you. And I also want to greet the excellent ministers and chiefs of delegation, members of the executive committee, likewise the distinguished Congress people of the Republic of Peru, the distinguished chiefs and members of the delegation that are not members of the executive committee of ICA, the ambassadors, the diplomatic bodies, the international organisms, the high authorities of the illustrious government of Peru, the honorable candidates in charge of the general directorship of IICA, the general director, OIDE, the representative of IICA in Peru, everybody, everybody. We would like to know why we're gathered here today. Committee. The executive committee is an organ of strategic conduction of ICA that ensures the continuity of the actions that, above all, emanate from the ministerial meeting, where mandates and resolutions are generated, which myself, the general director, with my team, must fulfill. The GI, as you know, is going to take place in Brazil from November 3rd to November 5th. So this executive committee ensures the continuity of these mandates. It has a balanced representation. We have 12 out of 32 member countries. It allows to supervise and execute institutional control, and it is, above all things, a space for the political articulation and technical articulation. And speaking of technical articulation, I wanted to make a reference that we are going to begin now, especially about the importance of animal production. I want to say, for those of you who don't know me, that I was born in Argentina, which is largely livestock country. It's part of our cultural identity, same as with many other countries. Life made me study veterinary sciences, and I was always connected to large animals. I studied my master's in animal production. I specialized in population genetics. So I have a relationship of affection, but also of knowledge that animal production is the spine of our agricultural and livestock system. And as a general director, if I have the role, I have the responsibility to defend this strategic positioning that livestock currently has, but especially with views towards the future. Animal production explains 50% of the agricultural GDP. We occupy the main positions of export on an international level. 38 millions of agricultural workers live off livestock. Livestock farming has a social dimension in Latin America and the Caribbean, certainly in many Andean countries. And if this wasn't enough, there are unequivocal signals that there is a sustained increase of the projected demand 50. Right now, we are strategic actors. In the future, nobody should overlook this opportunity. What we have to do in meetings such as this one is we have to see how we build a path for the next 25 years and how do we make the changes that we decide and not the changes that are imposed upon us from the outside. We have to be protagonists of the transformation in the chains that make animal production possible. In agriculture, we talk about climatic agriculture as climate smart agriculture, precision agriculture, resilient agriculture, and so many other qualifying adjectives. Adjectives. Uh, Farming and agriculture, it is resilient. It also has to be sustainable livestock farming, and it is all linked to science and innovation. All of it is linked. What are the changes that we have to decide upon? How, when, and in what way do changes that are happening, that are currently happening? Of course, IICA is an institution that has a portfolio of projects that are linked to the sustainable livestock farming. We have a platform, ICABIT, that is sustainable farming for the South region. We have NAMO Sustainable livestock for Mexico. We support in Chile and Uruguay the milk producers. We support sustainable production in the Mesoamericas of the sustainable practices, livestock practices in El Salvador, as well as many strategic alliances, such as the Global Table of Sustainable Livestock, the Global Platform for Milk Products, Pepal Fede Carne, USDEC, among others. ISA does not have to be an institution that demands things. It has to be an institution that does them, and it can only do so together with these countries. And so why that is why this workshop is so important. We have to debate, we have to generate consensus, and it's going to be discussed by the end of this workshop, where we have to agree, all of us, on a single message for the Americas, a message that we will then bring to international forums. And where, if I can humbly ask for something, we need to cast aside the small differences and figure out how we build and tell the world what actually brings us together. And if there are any political statements to discuss word by word, it is the search for consensus that we need for IACA as a representation of all of you and of the private sector to be able to defend this cause. In any case, I want to thank you so much for being here. I want to thank you in advance because I know that you are going to be participating actively. As a general director, I feel very honored, and I try as humbly as possible to interpret the feeling of each one of the countries that are members of IICA. Once again, Minister Manero, I am very happy that I'm back in Peru where I was at the beginning of the 90s. I lived here for 3 years. I want to say that we all feel at home and that I am sure that it is going to be a fundamental meeting, a milestone in the history of IICA to continue building consensus and continue betting on our rural agriculture. Thank you so much. Well, we thank the participation of the General Director of ICA and the valuable message that he has shared with us within the framework of the 45th meeting, ordinary meeting of the Executive Committee. Thank you so much, Mr. Manuel Otero, for your words. Now we are going to invite our authorities from the honorable table to stand and to situate themselves in front of the table because we are going to have a very special moment. Miragri, uh, of which Mr. Ángel Manero is in charge of, wanted to recognize Mr. Manuel Otero, the General Director of IC, for his significant contribution to the agrarian development and the rural well-being in the Americas. So there is a small present that is going to be delivered by a main authority and representative from Minagri towards Mr. Manuel Otero. Please.
Apreciado Manuel,
Esteemed
para
Manuel,
hablar en términos
to speak in
agrarios,
agrarian terms,
queríamos darte un
we wanted
reconocimiento
to acknowledge you
por haber mantenido
for
esta
having
plantación
maintained
bien
this
en años de
plantation,
tormenta,
producing in
años de
years of
sequía,
storm, in years of
y que a
drought,
pesar de ello
and that despite all of
has
that,
podido
you have
entregarnos
been able
valiosos frutos.
important and
Este
wonderful
reconocimiento en
fruit.
nombre del gobierno de
Please
Perú
receive this recognition
por
on behalf of the
tan
government of
notable
Peru
gestión.
for such an important management.
Les regalamos un aplauso. Claro que sí.
A round of applause, of course. Likely, Mr. Manuel Otero would like to give us a few words. Yes, my of recognition, and I do so on behalf of my family, who is over there. Amanda, where's Amanda? Oh, there she is. And well, two families actually. The family where I have my wife and my children, my grandchildren, and the institutional family, IACA. So, on behalf of both of them, Minister, thank you so much. Difficult situations happen in any institution at any point. What IACA has to do is to transform these threats into opportunities, to be together, to continue together, to leave aside the small differences, and to think that our agriculture, our farmers, 17 million of small farmers deserve on better policies, on new leadership with more science and innovation. So, on behalf of IICA and with views towards the next 25 years, where many of you are going to be, I want to thank you deeply, dear Minister. Thank you all so much. A round of thunderous applause for them, please. We are going to stay here for a moment. Does everyone have the formal picture, the media, the press, the magazines, the institutions that are obviously present? Thank you all so much for this moment. Our deepest thanks. We are now back to the authorities who are returning to their seats. Thank you for this moment.
Bien, agradecemos la presencia de nuestras autoridades.
We thank the presence of our authorities in the opening ceremony of the 45th Ordinary Meeting of the Executive Committee of IICA. This has essentially concluded, so we are now going to begin the workshop called The Importance of Animal Production in the Americas, that is part of the official program of this meeting. We should also say that, and we should request all of you to stay in your seats. Our main authorities, Mr. Ángel Manero Campos, our Minister of Minery, and the General Director of IICA, Manuel Otero, are going through the appropriate door to be able to talk to the accredited press, and then they will once again return to this meeting that is going to be unfolding. Obviously, to continue developing our protocol program, I'm going to invite engineer Victor Rodriguez, who is the director of livestock in Minagri, and he's going to be in charge of the workshops that we are now going to develop here and until the rest of this day, until the end of this day. Engineer.
So I leave you with Engineer Victor Rodriguez.
Buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor for me to share this delegation that I'm in charge of. And from behalf of Minagri and IICA, thank you very much for the trust. And I'm really honored to be here with you. Mr. President, Mr. Lloyd Day, Sub-General Director of IICA, Your Excellencies and Chiefs of Delegations of the member countries of the IICA, distinguished guests. We're gonna start the workshop about the importance of animal production in the Americas. This meeting is a high-level space that fosters the exchange of knowledge, the formulation of innovative policies, and the consolidation of multilateral and strategic partnerships. Livestock farming will highlight successful practices in the safe and traceable food production, the usage of advanced technology, the strengthening of livestock system, the economical and financial development, and the management of pasturing and animal health. All of this reaffirms that the international technical cooperation is fundamental to face the common challenges and to make progress towards a more sustainable livestock farming future. Without further ado, now we're going to start the first block of this workshop about the importance of the animal production in the Americas. The first topic is the need of animal origin foods that are safe and traceable. We're going to invite now the speakers so they can take their seats in this honor table. We invite Mr. Gardner, please. A round of applause for him, please. Mr. Gardner is a specialized professional in governmental international affairs with a really solid background and passion for leadership, and is the vice president since August of 2021 in the dairy products exporters in the United States. Welcome. And we also want to invite Mr. Fernando Sampaio. Please, Mr. Fernando. We also invite Mrs. Ana Laura Varsi, Associated Director of Social Standards in the SLA. Mrs. Ana Laura Varsi is agricultural engineer, and as a member of this committee, She contributes actively in the development and of this standard. Thank you very much. Welcome. And in this first panel, our moderator will be Mr. Lloyd, the General Subdirector of IICA, already here in this honor table. He has his charge since 2012, where he leads actions of institutional strengthening in the livestock sector in the Americas. Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. We're going to start the workshop with the presentation of Mr. Nick Gardner. Well, thank you very much. I'm gonna talk in English. Help, please use your headphones.
I'm the Deputy Director General. I'll be moderating this session. I'm very grateful to all of you, honorable ministers, vice ministers, heads of delegation, everyone who has worked to create this meeting to talk about the importance of livestock. The production and consumption of animal-sourced foods, milk, meat, and eggs play a vital role in the food systems of the Americas and the world. These foods are nutrient-rich and essential to human nutrition, public health, social well-being, economic prosperity. The Americas, from north to south, is a center of livestock. And so the work that you're all doing here today will be something that we take on to the ministerial meeting in Brazil and then to the COP30 in Berlin in order to defend and promote the important role of livestock in agriculture. Our first panelist is Nick Gardner. You can read his bio there. I won't read it, but I'll just say that Nick has been one of the most valuable and important and best friends that IICA has had in the private sector of the United States and around the world. He's helped lead our work with the private sector in Codex Alimentarius and many other activities. He was very helpful in helping us build a consensus for the Food System Summit a while ago during the time of COVID, and we're so grateful for him and all the work that he does and the work of the U.S. Dairy Export Council. So with that, Nick, you get to kick us off. Thank you.
Very good. Well, thank you, Lloyd, and thank you to our ministers, our ambassadors, our other distinguished guests, our IICA partners, and the many colleagues that are in the room today. My talk will be primarily about nutrition as part of this first session of our discussion. And what I really want to stress is that the core job of the food system is to nourish people. So no matter how sustainable we can make a food system, if it does not feed and nourish people, it is not functioning correctly. Next slide, please. Do we have an answer?
Get there.
So as Lloyd said, I'm with the U.S. Dairy Export Council, or USDEC, and USDEC is a farmer-funded organization that focuses on building dairy demand and supporting dairy consumption through U.S. dairy exports. We provide a range of functions, but what I want to focus on today really is our work in the sustainability and multilateral affairs area, which is the department that I run. So as I said, the core role of the food system, first and foremost, is to nourish people. And many of you may recognize this Venn diagram slide as the definition or depiction of systems, where you have sustainable food systems at the center, surrounded by 4 core areas that a food system must deliver to be sustainable. Well, really, in order to understand my talk, what I need you to think about is the concept of sustainable nutrition. Sustainable nutrition reflects production and consumption that is good for the environment and good for people. It honors the cultural and social traditions of producers and food culture. And most importantly, it ensures that food is affordable. So throughout my talk, I hope you'll think about this construction. But we have to recognize that there is a lot going on right now that is really focusing on changing, evolving, or perhaps even destabilizing the food system. And foremost among that is the movement to reduce animal-sourced foods. So I thought that some popular press headlines would be helpful in helping everyone understand what we're up against. You'll see here coverage that is calling for folks to really reduce their consumption of animal-sourced foods in order to help the environment. And chief among those advocates is the Eat Lancet Commission, which published their healthy diets, their healthy planetary reference diet, which really focuses on significant reductions in intake of animal-sourced foods. And that Eat Lancet Commission has driven a lot of the discussions around this topic and is going to be publishing a new version, their 2.0 report, this October at the Eat Stockholm Forum. So the discussion that we're having today is not only extremely timely for the upcoming meetings like the COP, but also keep in mind that we have other authoritative global bodies that are also going to be issuing reports later this year. But the reality is those simplistic, reductive solutions aren't the answer. And you don't have to believe me. I wanted to really ensure that you heard from the experts here. So, what does the scientific literature say? Well, in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, authors concluded that in the United States, shifting to an entirely vegan diet would reduce United States by only 2.6%, but would lead to significant nutrient deficiencies and health implications. Similarly, experts in the Journal of Global Food Systems concluded that animal-sourced foods are actually critical to sustainability and improving nutrition. And in the Journal of Nutrition, in a critical review article, authors concluded that you must have animal-sourced foods to ensure bioavailability of nutrients, and that the same animal-sourced foods contribute to nutrition security. Beyond the scientists, what do the authoritative bodies say? Well, the Food and Agriculture Organization agrees with the language that is in the proposed IICA declaration. They say animal-sourced foods are essential for providing nutrients that are not easily obtained elsewhere. They also recommend of child health, and particularly for the elderly. There are limitations when you move to plant-based diets in terms of that bioavailability and protein quality. I'll talk about both of those in a moment. And if we look around the world, the United States and other national nutrition authorities recognize animal-sourced foods as critical in their dietary guidelines. So that might appear differently depending upon what country you're looking at, whether it be a daily recommended intake or a weekly recommended intake. But we see animal-sourced foods encouraged in dietary guidelines nearly across the board. Now, I wanted to just highlight one case study, and that case study comes from the World Health Organization, which perhaps has not been as friendly towards animal-sourced foods as our friends in Rome at the Food and Agriculture Organization. The WHO, frankly, has been much more in the vanguard, working with groups like Eat Lancet to encourage perhaps reduced consumption of animal-sourced foods, considering environmental factors. But the World Health Organization in 2021 published the WHO guideline that's shown on this slide. That guideline is intended to provide global guidance on compositional standards for ready-to-use therapeutic foods. You may not be familiar with these products, but they are a specially formulated nutritional supplement that is provided when children are experiencing. These are products that are formulated for the sickest of the sick, for children that are literally days away from starving to death. So we need to make sure that those products are formulated in a way that provides the maximum nutrition. And despite spending several years at the encouragement of many stakeholders to try to find a way to change the formulation for those products to reduce the content of animal source protein, specifically dairy protein, in those products. After a long scientific review, the World Health Organization concluded that those products must be formulated with at least 50% protein from dairy. So that's an extremely strong case study. Source foods really provide life-saving nutritional support. I won't go into too much detail on this slide, but I did want to give you all a sense of some of the micronutrients that animal source foods provide relative to plant-based alternatives. Nutrients where we see deficiency around the world. And heme iron, which is common in animal-sourced foods, is the most absorbable. There is iron in other, say, dark vegetables and other plant-based foods, but it's non-heme iron and it's not nearly available. Calcium, as the dairy guy up in the front table, I love as well, because we see a lot of deficiency, particularly in low and middle income countries, but the solution is dairy products. Vitamin B12, essential for nerve health and energy, as well as red blood cell production, very rich in beef, fish, dairy products, and eggs. Potassium, another nutrient that is underconsumed worldwide, you can find in dairy products and fatty fish. And vitamin D, where we see over 1 billion people deficient. We see a great source of that in fatty fish and fortified dairy products, particularly in Latin America. Now, when we transition from micronutrients to macronutrients, we've all probably heard recommendations to consume more protein. And that is good dietary advice. But one of the things that we need to keep in mind is that not all proteins are created equal. The table that you see on this slide represents the use of DIAS, or digestible indispensable amino acid score, which is a way that scientists can analyze the quality of protein. And when you see those proteins analyzed, you see that animal proteins, on this slide specifically dairy proteins, outperform almost all of their plant protein counterparts. And what we see across the board, again, about digestibility, is that animal proteins are much more digestible. They're much more bioavailable than plant. And that's really important when you think about how you want to target, say, a nutritional intervention. It's not just about getting people protein, it's about getting them the right protein. We also have heard in the international organizations and the UN Food System Summit that Lloyd mentioned, a common claim that protein is already adequately consumed. The two tables that you see on this slide represent the 50 countries and territories around the world with lowest incomes. And you see average daily per capita protein consumption indicates that most people, even in the poorest of countries around the world, are already consuming adequate protein. But when we correct that for using that DIAS score again for protein that can be utilized by the body, we see that every single one of those countries fall below the recommended protein requirement by FAO. So what does that mean to you as policymakers sitting around the room today? Well, that means thinking about interventions that ensure protein that can be digested and absorbed is making it to people is more important than just ensuring people have enough access to protein. Critically, though, for diets to truly be healthy, they must also be affordable. And we've heard many advocates of plant-based diets claim that animal source foods are simply too expensive, and therefore ways to intervene and ensure healthy diets must be focused on plant-based diets, which they say are more affordable. But the fact is that when you look at the cost of a nutritionally adequate diet, we actually see that cost goes down when you include animal sourced foods. So I want to highlight a couple of studies to back this up, because sometimes people find this a little unintuitive. On the Side of the slide, what we see here is analysis around that Eat Lancet reference diet that I mentioned earlier in my talk. When scientists looked at the cost of that planetary reference diet, are encouraging policymakers around the world to align their dietary guidelines with, they found that the median cost was just under $3 per day. Well, the problem is that 1.5, almost 1.6 billion people can't afford that. So almost a quarter of the Earth's population cannot afford that reference diet. And actually, when further analysis, they found that more than 60% minimum nutrient adequate diets could be provided when you included it. Transitioning over to the other table on this slide, the U.S. Dairy Export Council and Global Dairy Platform and some others in the audience have been supporting research that's been done by a group in New Zealand, the Reddit Institute. So using some modeling programs that they've developed, they looked at affordability of diets in the United States, New Zealand, Indonesia, and they'll soon be publishing findings in Tanzania. Calculate the cost of a nutrient adequate, in other words, a healthy diet that included animal source foods versus a diet that was plant-based exclusively. And what they found is that in higher income countries like the United States and New Zealand, in fact, it was cheaper to include animal source foods, so those diets were more affordable than to exclusively recommend plant-based only. We were curious to see if this would hold true in lower and middle income countries. And in fact, it has. In Indonesia and in Tanzania, we showed significant savings. In other words, diets were much more affordable when animal source foods were included. So wrapping up my talk here, I also want to talk a little bit about trade. So when we think about livestock and animal source foods, particularly across our hemisphere, we know that we can be suppliers of these highly nutritious products to countries around the world. And the U.S. Dairy Export Council recently worked with a researcher from Virginia Tech because we wanted to understand how, when you liberalize trade, you would see nutritional outcomes change. And what we found was that in countries where we had a free trade agreement between the United States and that country, using dairy exports as a control, we saw more than 2x increase in protein availability. We saw 136% increase in the availability of vitamin A, 108 in zinc, and 88% in vitamin B12 and calcium. So what does that mean? It means that trade can be a tool to move nutrition from areas of surplus to areas that need that nutrition. And our research also showed that cost decreased. And when cost decreases, you see increases in demand and you see opportunities for local production. So I will conclude by saying thank you to all of the ministers and to IICA for their attention to this critical topic. I hope that the declaration will be adopted ahead of COP. And I also want to just call on our ministers and our distinguished colleagues to keep in mind some opportunities that we have ahead. 2026 will be the United Nations International Year of the Woman Farmer. Lots of opportunities to promote livestock and animal source foods in the context of women in agriculture. The United States Dairy Export Council will also be holding its Nutri-Lac Nutrition Congress in Lima, February 25th and 26th, which will highlight many of the same topics that you'll hear about today. And I hope that we can continue to work together to inform these global nutrition narratives. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Nick. I guess all roads lead to Lima, especially when we're talking about animal nutrition, animal protein. That was a great way to kick everything off, demonstrating the importance of animal nutrition for human health, but also talking about trade, because the Americas are the largest net exporting region of the world. We are the basket of food security for the rest of the world. And so our ability to sell livestock products, animal source foods is vital, not just for our own economic development and for our own agricultural sector, but to feed the world and give the world nutrition as well. So thank you very much. Ana Laura Varsi, and she's going to talk about the importance of traceability, the importance of sustainability, the importance of being able to know where our food to meet the requirements that the world is placing on us. She's from Uruguay. Please feel free to speak in Spanish. I think we have people who can translate the Uruguayan accent into Argentine, Espanol, or Peruvian. So with that, Ana Laura Varsi, adelante, por favor.
Yeah, that would be a challenge because of the accent. Buenos días.
Good morning. I'm going to speak in Spanish then. I want to thank IICA for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and to the Ministry of Agriculture and Agropecuarian Development for having us so kindly. The topic that I'm in charge is the ministry declaratory that has to do with the regulation of animal source food. The dimension nutrition is really covered by MIC. I'm going to talk about traceability as a pillar for inequity, international competitivity. I have a master in Amsterdam. I'm a member of the Global Roundtable for Sustainable Beef and VP of the Uruguayan Table for Sustainable Meat. I work in the CUA, which is a Uruguayan certification body with multiple accreditations and licenses to do evaluation certifications of more than 150 inequity, sustainable, and more standards. And I'm proud that we were acknowledged as the and in the Safety Americas 2022, we operate in more than 40 countries. We will turn 30 years. Our headquarters is in Uruguay, and we have our second most important office in San Jose de Costa Rica. We are the first certification body in the world on becoming in a big company familiar with this concept, benefit and collective interest. This means that we incorporate in our status the object of generating a positive social and environmental impact. We measure this and report it to Uruguay every year. So I'm going to talk about traceability, and we're going to try to answer this question. Why is traceability strategic? More and more that consumer of animal protein want to know, and they want to know immediately with their phones, with the QR. They want to know the nutritional value of foods. They also want to know if it's safe or innocuous. Actually, this is a piece of information when we are going to a market. We don't question if it's safe or not. We just assume it is. But the food inequity should be there. But they also want to know where it was produced, how it was produced. They want to know if it had an environmental impact or if there's an impact in the climate change. They want to know about the animal well-being. They want to know if that animal consumed hormones, antibiotics, if that animal consumed grass. They want to know if impacts in the forestal degradation. They want to know if the human rights were respected in the communities, in the indigenous communities. That consumers need this information in a reliable way and a transparent also. Also, the regulators echo this, and they start to demand more and more. Just to set an example, the Food Safety Modernization Act and the Traceability Rule 204 or the EUDR start demanding us this type of information. Therefore, the message is of traceability is not an option anymore. Traceability is strategic. We can have nutritional foods, but if they are not safe, they lose their value. When there's a sanitary risk, it's critical that the traceability is robust, so it allows us to identify quickly the affected products in an incident. Perhaps, for example, salmonella or the presence of chemical wastes This allows to correct the problems and the issues with the lesser impact possible. The impact has many implications. The impact in the public health, the impact on the waste of food, the financial loss of the company that is selling that product and their supply chain, the potential client loss and also market, the loss of trust, and indefinite, it ends up harming the reputation or image, not only of the company, but also of the country. So it's key having a robust traceability to prevent and minimize all these risks. I've worked in the food industry in equity in Holland, in the Amsterdam port. I had a German chief that always said, here we are the ones that have gone through this and the ones that have not yet. We need to pay attention to the risk linked to the food inequity and having all the measures need to assure the traceability of these foods. The cost of a recall in this industry can be of our country, and the more robust is traceability, the lesser the costs. A really general estimation is, for one side, you have the cost of the product and the amount of product you need to take out before an incident. 4% of maintenance, transportation costs, logistics to take out the product from the market for its final deposition. We're talking about $1 million when there is a food inequity accident. And then we have the indirect costs when traceability is not robust, it's not transparent, and doesn't work properly. Then we have some other costs that can be huge in fines, loss of sales, lawsuits, and the domino effect that happens for the sector or for the industry that starts to have fear of the client. So this was in the news. This was in Peru not too long ago. I understand many here know about this, about the presence of this in Hass avocado here for a concern for rejection on Europe for the presence of this heavy metal. And I'm glad to read that the public sector joined efforts and working to revert this situation, and does not affect the reputation, the quality of avocado in the market.
Here we see a clear example where traceability allows you to limit the impact, allows you to show to the international market that there is control and transparency, promotes trust, promotes the image of the product, and it protects the reputation of the country. Well, we viewed everything that has to do with risk, impact, cost, also traceability. This has strategic importance as a commercial passport. Traceability enables the access to the most demanding markets. It even allows you to maintain your product when the context changes in this market. One example is the deforestation regulation, which is a new type of regulation for certain commodities. But for example, in the bovine livestock, it traces not just the origin of the last field where the animal was, but the whole life of the animal, all the fields it went through. It has to prove zero deforestation according to legal compliance of 2020. So we need to have all the information of the traceability of this animal since its birth to the point where it is sacrificed. And we as providers need to provide this to the operators, the European importer who uploads this to the platform. And if the information does not clear, then this shipment is not uh, liberated in customs. It cannot come into the country if you don't have all this information. Clearly, traceability increases competitiveness for those who can prove it, those gain trust. It also has benefits. Of course, it has cost, it requires an initial investment, but we have to understand the difference between the perceived costs and the real costs because of all the benefits and the impact that we saw when an incident arises. Traceability also demonstrates added value. For example, if you have a product that has attributes on a production level that connects with the interests of the consumer, for example, milk products, grass-fed, organic fruit, fair trade coffee, carbon neutral coffee, these are main attributes that are produced in the field, and the only way to bring them to a label, to a seal in the final product, and for the consumer to be able to appreciate this is by having a chain of custody and a robust system of traceability. And of course, the financial benefits when you do things right. You produce products that have an added value that are linked to sustainability, and you can access financial benefits in green financing programs, credits, green credits. The sector is promoting this sort of initiatives more and more. Of course, the world is changing all the time. We see new technologies to strengthen traceability, to make traceability more effective, more efficient in real time, more precise. But this also brings new challenges. The main challenge that I want to leave here with you is the challenge of inclusion. How do we ensure that the small farmers and the farmer cooperatives are not left behind? Often these new technologies come hand in hand with big companies, the large producers, and it is important to find ways from our state policies and the cooperation organs for the small producers to not suffer this technological gap with these new technologies. Here, these international standards also play an important part, and these volunteer organizations such as Catalyst, I'm sorry, but this is my professional education. I could talk about this all day. I'll try to be brief. These volunteer organizations, these are some of the many which apply to the agricultural sector, social responsibility, best agricultural practices, the best farming practices, fair trade, all the attributes that can be highlighted in the production and that can offer differential value or differential access are mounted on traceability systems. They require traceability as part of the chain of custody to be able to bring an attribute to the market. So all the effort that the producers put into this require traceability to be able to bring this added value. There are hundreds of seals, hundreds of standards and certifications and labels and declarations of all kind. So the message that I want to leave you with is that this is a tool of trust, but we need to be able to distinguish those that are actually third-party verification, that accredited independent third-party verifications that are worth it and that can show the qualities of the clients, like some statements that are self-statements, some seals that are self-statements or are given by an interested party. These are not acknowledged, they do not contribute value and are not valid for the authorities and the clients. Often, this type of tools are commercial requirements that is of food safety certification. If you produce, for example, fruits of the sea and you want to export them to a supermarket in the United States, if you do not have uh, uh, food safety audits, then you are not able to sell them. It happens to us that clients have shipments of fruit that are stuck in the port, and until we send them the up-to-date certificate, the shipment is not released. So these types of tools have often become uh, barrier when it comes to customs. These also facilitate the access to premium markets, specific niches, and of course they create synergy with traceability and innocuousness. They complement certifications and show that these processes are controlled by globally acknowledged regulation. I want to share a success case in traceability in Uruguay in the bovine meats food chain. As you know, Uruguay is a country that produces meats by excellence. We have 3 million people and we have 12 million cows. So each cow basically has 2 football fields available to them. We are truly a livestock country. In fact, I'm an agronomer and I was raised has a context that generates trust. What is this trust based on? On a traceability level, it begins with a group mandatory traceability in 1973. Mandatory group traceability starts. Then, close to 2000, there was an outbreak, and we started talking about the necessity of individual traceability. 2002, 2004, Minister Matos could probably tell us a better story. We began a national information system of livestock traceability, and we began individual traceability, which became mandatory in 2006 for all the calves that were born since then. By the time we got to 2011, with 100% of the cattle that has been this has been happening for several years now. In the National Meat Institute, I was working in Minagri back then. A project began of installing scales in the fridges. They were called the black boxes. 7 scales throughout the whole process that are integrated with the program of sustainability on a field level. Second scale, they elevate these caravans and they they register the animal, and then they continue with the traceability. On top of the traceability, what it generates is trust as a country. This is, of course, low level of corruption, high levels of trust, of civil transparency, all the parameters and indicators of equality. We're the first in many of these ranking international indicators, and this gives trust and transparency. On the other hand, everything that has to do with legislation is very important because it complements the protection of native forests, the safety of workers. There is a lot of backing that ends up proving that Uruguay was categorized as a low risk country in the benchmarking in UDR. We are one of the few countries outside of Europe that has this categorization, and it's thanks to all this multi-year effort of working on building this trust and transparency. And as I mentioned, traceability, bovine traceability in Uruguay has two phases. The animal phase, which is a national information system for livestock. It is important to highlight it's not just about having a caravan, it is also identifying the movements, registering the movements of this caravan. So caravans are uh, oh, given since the fridges are built. All of this is connected to the industrial phase, which ends in the office, in the dispatch of the traced meat. In the Ministry of Livestock, together with the National Meat Institute, they've developed a solution that is mounted on these systems and other public goods that are historic public goods for Uruguay to be able to trace a meat container when it is embarked to Europe. This picture is of a presentation that was done by the ministry INAC to Paris to the importers last year, and that is a real case of a container of 25 tons of meat exported to Italy. The interesting thing here to showcase the relevance, a conclusion was reached that a container of 25 tons had animals that went through 1,922 different fields since they were born and until they were slaughtered on. Why so many if it's only 25 tons of meat? Well, actually, if you think about a carcass of an Uruguayan sheep, for example, it's 120 kilos. So perhaps it's maybe 2 cuts per one animal. So it's, let's say, the back and the hind leg. So it's 12 kilograms of animals. So we're talking about over 2,000 animals for one meat container. And when we conduct traceability, we know that an animal goes through approximately 3 fields. And that brought us to this number. This is real information with this pilot exercise in one container. So this showcases the difficulty of putting together geo-reference for these 1,922 field to be able to show UDR that we comply with this regulation. So this is the success case of livestock traceability, 100% coverage since 2011. And what is fabulous about this is that the system works for everybody, for the small and large farmers, because it's free, official, and it's mandatory. A cost of approximately 90 cents per dollar per animal is estimated. What are the results? Capacity for quick response when an incident happens, and the reputation of the transparent and reliable meat exporter. We do need training, but clearly the benefits are for everyone to see. Uruguay decided 20 years ago to bet on this strategy to invest in traceability, not because somebody imposed it upon us, not because it was a fad, but it is a decision, and it is something that actually yielded results. If we go to the final thoughts, then thinking about sustainability and food safety, it should not be an end in itself, it should be a means to build production systems, animal production systems that are safer, more transparent, and more reliable. We all have different realities as a country, different health, cultural, production realities, but we all share the goal of protecting public health, strengthening economies, and ensuring that animal production is sustainable for future generations. For that, we need a cooperation between small, large producers, between public and private sector, between international and national organisms, and of course, the homogenization of standards. We have the opportunity not only to export food and nutritional food at that, but also to export trust and sustainability that has been verified. This is the way to be able to bring safe food to those who need it the most. Thank you so much for your time. My deepest thanks to Ana Laura. Traceability is strategic. Before state's government in the Department of Agriculture, and I remember December 23rd of 2003.
Jason, do you remember what happened on the 23rd of December in 2003? There was a sick cow. I won't say what country. So I had just learned to pronounce bovine spongiform encephalopathy. It's not easy. But ever since that cow was discovered in the state of Washington, the Department of Agriculture was focused on trying to maintain the confidence of the American people and then customers around the world as to the safety of the meat that they would consume from cattle. Traceability was an important part of that. But back then, as many of you ministers might appreciate, our cowboys did not exactly want to have the government in their business. They didn't want ear tags. And now the world's changed. And traceability is not just for confidence in food safety, but it's also for marketing. Now, some of those standards and regulations from other parts of the world are not exactly appropriate or perhaps based on a consensus globally or consistent with international trading rules, but there's marketing opportunities. So we've heard two great panelists this morning. One, Nick, who focused on nutrition, all the important elements of animal source protein for our diets, and the other that focused on really the new world of the traceability of those proteins. Now it's your turn. Queremos escuchar de todos ustedes las preguntas.
We want to hear all the questions for you, for all the panelists. We're going to have 5 blocks in this conference today where you will be able to ask our panelists a little bit to enrich your experience and also those of your friends. So, questions from countries, please. Raise your hand or state your country, and I will call you for questions. Otherwise, I will have questions for them if you don't, and I'm sure you don't want to hear me talk all the time. Paraguay. Thank you. Thank you, Lloyd. I do have a question regarding traceability. Paraguay, as you all know, is in the process of traceability, a mandatory one. And I would like to know what impact the price transmission has in transparency throughout the whole chain, from what the industry pays to the producer and what the consumer accesses as inside Uruguay in the internal market. So how this traceability helps, or how can it be part of a public policy specifically to make transparent and to make the price transmission balanced? Well, this is a difficult question, really. Maybe Fernando can help you more than I can. Fernando Matos.
No, eso es un tema que se discute.
Actually, this is a topic that is discussed a lot in the general refrigerator producers are, and well, they talk about traceability in itself. I think that transparency in prices and market prices, there are many discussions with the fridge providers. Often they say is to not access, not to sell, not to have clients. So that is a permanent discussion with the refrigeration providers. Because if I do all this, okay, who pays me? Who pays me the differential? And often the response is the option is to just to not access these markets, to not access these premium customers, and the price is a whole issue. It is not resolved.
Uruguay.
Uruguay?
Sí, quizá por una aclaración.
Maybe I should clarify. We do not have another option in Uruguay beyond traceability. 100% of the cattle is traced, the livestock is traced from the moment it is slaughtered and then when it leaves abroad. So this differentiation is something that we cannot see, have not been able to see in years because we have no ability to see it. Our baseline is traced cattle, traced livestock. Inside and outside, our internal market also has traced livestock. There is no untraced livestock in Uruguay. So we cannot differentiate because we have no comparison. Our comparison is traceability with traceability. Thank you, Uruguay.
Thank you very much. And I must underscore that it is a most conversation for a small island developing state to fully participate. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have a total population, human beings in our country of 100,000 persons. And we export live cattle, 1,000 heads per year. So if you do the per capita export of cattle, we are in fact doing an excellent job. I am happy to participate in this conversation. And it is very interesting that we are bringing to the fore important facets of how we can marry the cutting edge science, of course, for the major producers. What I would like, though, from the standpoint of the Caribbean, and it's not a question, it's a proposition that I'm making, how can we assist the small island developing states? Because it's very expensive if we had to purchase the science that is needed to develop a national herd. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 98% of the animals we export to Grenada. And the market to Grenada is for fresh beef. Therefore, the animals are exported We export live animals. We do not export beef. We are having a conversation with the government and people of Brazil, and there is the opportunity for us to receive approximately 5,000 heads of cattle imported. Because this is something that is very new to us, issues of traceability definitely must come to the fore. And there is a need for the Caribbean to be assisted as it pertains to the cross-border movement of animals, because we do not have, and we do not wish to introduce, but we wish to participate on a hemispheric platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, just thanks for pulling this meeting together on such an important topic. The role of livestock in the hemisphere is critical, both for our peoples, but also for feeding. Happy to have this focused conversation today. I particularly enjoyed this first panel on traceability, and maybe getting back to the last comment, maybe one useful way to think about this, and I'd be curious your panelists' responses, is the difference between a mandatory set of conditions and then voluntary conditions. And by that, I mean, there are certain things that we've got to know about animal that any government must be on top of. And those are the kinds of things that we really need to focus. And as government officials, should be our priority. There's also useful and interesting information that the market may value, but it's really up to the producers to decide if they want to track that kind of information. So this may be about how an animal was raised, elements of its care, elements of its breeding, which may not be necessary for the government to know to protect health and safety, but could be commercially valuable. So I'd be interested in how your panelists distinguish between those two elements.
Thank you, Jason. You're stirring it up early. So, Nick, Anna.
Okay. Well, I would think that the mandatory part would be the identification itself, but the additional information is voluntary. At least that is the case in Uruguay. You have the opportunity to use the system to record a lot of additional information, but it's your option as a producer to use it or not. And the identification itself is mandatory, but the additional values you could take advantage of is your option. I think that would be the best approach.
And I think speaking a bit beyond the nutrition mandate of my topic, I certainly tend to align with the distinguished gentleman from the United States. The factors that are is essential in the context of marketing U.S. dairy products around the world are that the product is safe and that it meets the quality specifications that are required by the country to which the product is being exported, or the safety and quality requirements if it's remaining within the domestic market in the United States. The reality of the diversity of production systems around the square today, not even considering the entire world, is that producers will produce livestock and animal products in different ways. They'll look to optimize their productivity reflective of their domestic climatic conditions, reflect quality or accessibility. And I think we need to be really careful that we're not seeking to mandate requirements or factors that make a lot of sense in one part of the world or in one country, whether it's through traceability or through other means, and don't make a lot of sense elsewhere in the world. Mandates should be about endpoints like the food is safe or it meets the quality specification. And I certainly agree that the market can dictate a premium for other factors that aren't those core factors. Thank you.
Brazil.
Thank you. The staff told me that I can talk in Portuguese. Then I will provide job for the translation. Muito obrigado, muito bom dia a todos. Eu queria apenas compartilhar com
Good
os
morning, thank
senhores
you, everyone. I would just like to share with everyone, with our friends, ministers, and all the representatives, all the member representative of IICA, experiences from Brazil. We, 2 years ago, led Brazil movement to create a sustainability platform with emphasis on livestock, and we called it the Agricultural Sustainable Platform, Livestock Platform, where the common citizen can access the platform freely and has access to the information of the best practices, be they nutritional or production practices or health practices, as well as the animal control on which parts these animals gone through environmentally. This platform complies with the requirements of the European Union and the requirements of some more demanding countries also in relation to bovine meat, in relation to beef. Minister Ángel has indicated that
E da mesma forma, nós estamos a todo vapor trabalhando na modernização do processo de tratabilidade.
minister's microphone is not operational.
O Brasil tem hoje rebanho de cerca de 235
Brazil currently has
bestas bovinas.
a livestock of 100
Temos mais bois do que gente, não nessa
million species. We have more cattle than people.
Chega a ser 4 vezes mais. E já
And
modelo de
this is 4 times our population. And traceability
como dizemos, e até
that we do is based on blocks or batches, as we call them.
expectativa 100% dos bovinos brasileiros, embora já exista modelo de rastreabilidade e identificação individual.
And the individual identification will be as of 20, 30, 100% identified in an individual way, all of our livestock head. Just as Laura states, each country has its particularity. Brazil is huge, and it's not so simple like other countries that have smaller territories. But we are working really hard to see that the work we demanding countries. We have countries that we only work meet exportation agreements, and we want to take that to other countries. Thank you.
In preparation for the COP30 in Belen. The minister from Barbados.
Thank you, and a very good morning to all distinguished ladies and gentlemen. When listening to the presentation, I took a note in view of the fact that we are pursuing a declaration on animal information on traceability stood out with me. I haven't heard it mentioned yet for the day, but what is important to me is this whole issue of antimicrobial resistance. And I believe that with traceability, we should be able to track not only passage and pastures, but inputs within animal feeds that help us to protect the world from antimicrobial resistance, where too much of the use of antibiotics is now forced the World Health Organization to review how we speak to the whole issue of development in antibiotics, antimicrobials. And therefore, for the CARICOM region, I would strongly suggest that we work together and making sure we support any system for traceability in animals, but equally that we create a platform using the support of IICA, of course, to be able to remove a lot of the what I consider indigenous practices in animal rearing to the extent that we move to standards and using traceability as the core piece of technology that would help us to be able to not only implement, but effectively be able among ourselves and to exchange with countries like Brazil that we are also working with to be able to move animal production to a level that is designed to provide food security within the region, but at the same time, remove any chances of foodborne or animal diseases coming in.
Thank you, Minister. There's a high-level panel at the United Nations discussing that subject, and we are contributing with a lot of other countries on that. I don't know if, Ana Laura, you have any comment on that question? If not, Nick, perhaps?
No, I just, as regards Uruguay, it is prohibited by law to give growth promotants and antibiotics in feed. So it's also a strategic decision taken many years ago by the government.
And that's a marketing decision. Nick?
Yeah, thank you for the point and the question. You know, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, I represent U.S. dairy farmers. And in fact, I represent every U.S. dairy farmer that's commercially producing because our national levy program supports my organization. And I think for farmers, when you speak with them, one of the most important things that they will tell you is that they want to make sure their animals are healthy, and they want to make sure that they are supporting the health and economic development of their communities. I think that's universal. I don't think that's specific to American farmers. I think that's farmers around the world. And when we think about how to build programs around the use of pharmaceutical drugs in animal production or other products that are very producer specific, I think it's really important to focus on risk. So I point to some of the work that the Codex Alimentarius has done on, you know, the prevention of antimicrobial resistance. My organization worked with IICA to really make sure those guidelines were focused on a risk-based approach. I think the One Health approach and sort of a One Health focus on AMR is really important, but making sure that risk forefront when we think about the treatment of animals versus some of the other uses of antimicrobials. Finally, I would just say that you know, I think we all want a safe food supply in this room, as you said yourself, and we want to make sure that we are approaching that in a way that delivers food that is affordable and safe, and that risk basis is how we get there. Thank you.
Dominica.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting, being here. And let me just say, I wish to support the comments of my brothers from St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Barbados. That's the wonderful thing of being members of CARICOM. Everybody can almost speak for each other. And we share similar ideas, goals, and objectives and problems. And Dominica being 754 kilometers square, of course, volcanic mountainous country, we're never going to be a massive player, but of course, as a developing nation, we need to have safe, wholesome foods as we are major importers of the protein source. Yes, we can sustain ourselves, but nonetheless, we do not export. But the responsibility to our people to ensure that whatever we receive, and in particular, sometimes as a developing nations, notion that we do not get the premium products, be it from the US and so on. It may not always be true scientifically in terms of quality, but this is the notion that we get because you are developing country that you get a certain quality from the export market that is not the best. So quality is one issue, but safety, as those of us in the field of science would know, everything is done in terms of traceability to protect those of us who have do not have the science, do not have the sometimes the in-country the competencies to do all what is necessary. Yes, we have certain levels, so we have to really rely on the best practices from the exporting country, and most importantly, the producer. In the region, I know within CARICOM, we have developed uniform animal health bills. Some of us have gone ahead and implemented so that we have, similar type legislation. Want to raise in country, if some of us, even if we were not exporters, but that there is a look in the program of IICA to help with the assisting with genetically the animals that we have. And so many of us may have had breeds of cattle and another type of livestock that have sort of lost their genetic traits and so on, and may not be performing the best in terms of may not have a significant problem for health and safety, but in terms of production and economic viability. So this is just one area I want to highlight, that perhaps in the scheme of things that we look, and it's not for us to compete because we'll never be a competitor, but that we know that everyone deserves and have access to good genetic materials in terms of animal protein. And very lastly, I just want to highlight on your presentation on the type of protein. I mean, it's pretty much the average person just speaks of protein, but we never discuss, different types of protein, digestible or not. So I want to be fair, not go into the argument between people who love plants, who love to eat plants and animal, but I think it is scientifically, it is a very fair discussion that we should have, because if we are to look about the welfare of our people, I mean, the best science available should be available to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dominica. The next panel after a break will discuss genetics. And so I hope you're able to stay for that. I think it'll be a very interesting discussion. I know I'm looking forward to it. I don't know if you have any reply to the plant versus animal source protein comment, Nick?
I think it's a very astute observation, and I perhaps should clarify that the intent of my presentation was to suggest that a varied diet that draws protein from plants and animals ultimately will be the best for people and will also be the most affordable. I think the problem that we face in some of the global forums is that there is an assertion that protein can be delivered by plants only. And in fact, what we find is that a diversified diet is the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. We have a little time for questions, but I think we're actually running over. So I think we have some announcements for the next part of this. So let me turn it over to Victor, and thank you all for your attention. We have 4 more segments that are going to be just as interesting as this one. So please stay tuned. And also remember that we're speaking about livestock today. That is the focus of this conference. We could speak about anything, when it comes to the world of agriculture, but the world of livestock is going to be under a lot of scrutiny this year because of the COP30 in Brazil, as well as the launch of the Eat Lancet 2.0 report, which is going to say that everything we're doing is wrong when we know it's not. And so we need to bring some balance to that discussion, just like we have to have a balance of the different components of our plate, which includes fruits and vegetables and plants. So with that, let's thank our panelists one last time with applause. Thank you. Victor, over to you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to our panel of our first module. I have an announcement, please, to our honor table and the representatives of the delegations, Mr. Ministers and head of delegations, if you could door that is on my left, we are going to take the official picture of the event of this IICA executive committee, and then we can start the coffee break that it's outside ready, and we can come back at 11:05 in the morning so we can restart with a second module. Thank you very much.
Buenos días. Por favor, si podemos ir tomando asiento para iniciar el módulo 2 del día de
Good
hoy.
morning. We can begin the second module.
Una silla más. Una silla más.
The conference will begin in 2 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 2 minutos. The conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento.
Bueno. Para poder
We
iniciar
could all please
el
take our
módulo 2 del
seats
día de hoy.
in the
Gracias.
to begin the second module today. Thank you.
Bueno, mientras se van acomodando,
As we'll take our seats, I do have an announcement to make for the representatives, the ministers, the country, member country representatives on the little tables that you are seated at. There are some presents from the Agrarian Ministry of Development of Peru. There are 2 boxes. The larger box
unas artesanías de
has
Lima,
some Peruvian arts and crafts called the Pucara bowls. These bowls are ceramic craftsmanship that represents the Pucara culture and the Peruvian culture. They symbolize protection, happiness, and fertility. We usually place them on the roofs of houses as amulets, and they also are used as decorative objects inside the houses. I hope you like them and you can enjoy them. Don't eat them, they're not real beef. They are bulls, but they're not beef. All right. Mr. Lloyd, we shall now begin the second module. Okay, so thank you so much. This second module, the second topic, commitment with the continuous implementation of technologies and livestock practices based on science. In this occasion, we are going to invite our presenters in the topic of sustainability. One first, Mrs. Cecilia Jones from Uruguay. Please, Mrs. Cecilia, a round of applause for her. She's an independent consultant in sustainability and climate change for and agriculture. She is an agronomist, engineer, a master in pathology. She has a solid trajectory in design and implementation of public policies, as well as financing of programs linked to climate change. We also invite for the topic of sustainability number 2 to our honor table, Mr. Fernando Sampaio. Mr. Fernando. Thank you. A round of applause for him as well, please. He is the Director for Sustainability of the Agricultural Engineer with a specialization in milk and meat products. In 2023, he became the Director of Sustainability of Gardner. Thank you, Mr. Senpai. For the topic of Sustainability 3, we have Dr. Rowan. Please, Dr. Troy, a round of applause for Dr. Troy. He is a professor in the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. He has a PhD in genetics and biologist from the University of Creighton. He currently works as a professor in Animal Sciences and Genomics Center for the Advancement of Agriculture for the University of Tennessee. Thank you so much. And the moderator of this blog is Miss Josefina Eisele. Please, Mrs. Josefina, go ahead, a round of applause. She is the Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Global Roundtable of Sustainable Beef. She is graduate in administration. She works for the Roundtable Beef Organization since 2018, where she has contributed to 5 livestock roundtables on livestock in Paraguay, Colombia, Argentina, Bolivia. Well, I leave you in Josefina's hands so that she can moderate this panel. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, IICA, for the invitation, all the ministers for being here today and being interested in the topics that we as a global organization, as the global roundtable for sustainable beef, it's for our priority, sustainability, and for these topics to be discussed, especially when we work more with the private sector and all the discussions must reach these international negotiations. This is important. And for everyone to have the information about what is being done and all the challenges that are ahead of us in the Americas. So this meeting, in my opinion, is very important, and we as a global roundtable truly appreciate this space, and we hope to have more spaces such as this one in the future. Before I begin, I would like to quickly tell you about what the Global Roundtable does. The Global Roundtable Sustainable Beef, or GRSB. In English, it's an organization mainly of the private sector, but we also collaborate with the public sector, with academia, and all the specialists in sustainable livestock. We have a global roundtable. Our headquarters is in Kansas City in the United States, and we have 13 national and regional tables and have a representation in 25 countries in the world, and we all work in sustainable livestock. We as a global roundtable define a global strategy based on a global agenda. But it is important that after that, each country, every region can translate this into the local priorities and needs. Weather is always a priority for all the countries as it is proposed in a global agenda, but in this region, it is even more so towards efficiency, towards productivity, resilience, and perhaps we talk about the same things, but the narrative is different. And for us, this is very important for the order of priority in the countries to also be discussed and to see how they can somehow contribute to the global agenda. And that is the challenge that we propose from the global roundtable. Work with producers, with processors on a global and local level. For example, the refrigeration producers. We work with companies of inputs and services, financial sector, genetic companies, innovation, which are also important for this sector. We also work with civil society and the retail sector, supermarkets, large companies such as McDonald's, and among all, we work with the chain, and so that we can all contribute, not just the responsibility of the producer, but it's of the full chain, and we all have a role to play in this topic, and we all collaborate with governments and entities such as the IICA Argentina investigation. We work with academia because we think that this is fundamental, and especially now for greater transparency of data to be able to build this narrative based on science. Well, without further ado, the topic that we need to talk about today is the commitment to continuous implementation of technology and livestock practices based on science. I think that the topic of continuous improvement, of this continuous betterment is constant in all the topics that we need to talk about. It is also a learning path, and I think among all of us, we are learning not just the governments and the producers, the public policy design. We'll always talk about this continuous improvement, and that these practices need to be based on science is fundamental, collaborating with science and for science to reach the producers. We think that the technological transfer is very important and that the producers need to adopt these technologies. It exists, of course, but it is not always adopted. And so I would like to move to our first speaker, Fernando Sampaio from ABIEC. Please go ahead, Fernando. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, IICA, for the invitation. Thank you, Josefina. I wanted to add our Vice Minister of Agriculture of Brazil and the authorities and ministers here are present. I am going to try to say this in Spanish. Apologize beforehand for my attempts against language. I am here as a representative of ABIEC. ABIEC is an association of industries in Brazil, of exporting industries that export meat. So we are not scientists, but we do want to talk about sustainability from of private actors from the market. So now we have 46 companies for beef associated to ABIEC that represents 28% of exports of beef in Brazil. Brazil is the greatest exporter of beef in the world currently. In this publication, in ABIEC website, you can have access to all this production of export in Brazil of the main markets. And here we have a summary of some of these numbers. So the thing is that for a long time, Brazil expanded its livestock production. There are many reasons for which this has been so successful, from the introduction of the Cebu breed, which adapted to the tropical environment, but all the agricultural livestock research allowed for more productivity, an industry that was prepared since a long time for export and the evolution of Brazil's food status. But currently, export represents a little bit over 30% of export. The greatest market is still the domestic market in Brazil. In export, our exports mutated in terms of destination a little bit. When the 2000s began, Europe was the big meat customer, not just from Brazil but from Uruguay. Then our markets evolved to Russia, the Middle East, and recently China became the big export market for Brazil. We think that in Asia we have the concentration of populational growth, and this promotes the protein market. So China currently is almost half of Brazil's export, followed by United States, the Arab Emirates. Europe is still a pretty important client. But in the developing countries is where the demand for meat products grows. And this process, when Brazil expands its livestock production, this is accompanied by a process of territorial occupation. So, livestock is an activity that typically opens paths for other agricultural and livestock activities. Our livestock farming moves towards the west and north of Brazil, and so here is where the distribution of livestock appears per municipality in Brazil, where the pastures and the industry are also through the raw material, through the livestock. It migrates to the north and west of the country. And this graph is agricultural and livestock frontier also created a transformation in the use of the land in Brazil. So much of the vegetation in the Amazonic region, the agricultural border is now in the Amazonic border. There is a transformation of the native vegetation, especially in pastures, but Brazil still has 65% of its vegetation, for its original vegetation, is preserved. So this is a pretty decent occupation process. We have a large part of this environmental asset set with the goals to preserve it. And this is where we reach that moment where apparently we have a paradox. But what I wanted to show with this chart is that on one hand, if we look today at the surface of pasture in Brazil, it looks like it's reducing because the pastures are transforming to agriculture, especially soy, eucalypt, sugarcane crops, and we are not losing beef production because the productivity is still increasing. It's still increasing because we have more technology that is being used in the production. At the same time, this occupation of territory is still growing. In deforestation, what we look for is that after deforestation, usually what you see is pastures and livestock occupying this territory. And there is an apparent contradiction because we are still producing and still exporting, and this is not connected to deforestation, so we can continue increasing production while deforestation goes down. The production doesn't increase because deforestation doesn't increase. So here I want to talk about sustainability in livestock from two different sides. First, connected to the efficiency of the use of the land, and the second connected to the change in the use of the land. So when we look at the efficiency, the thing that happens is that throughout this whole process of occupation, livestock was expanded in Brazil, and we've developed production technologies that are quite efficient, and there are producers who are much more efficient and who use much more technology. But there is a pyramid base in which there are producers who are still above the medium productivity in Brazil. This is something that we examine as an opportunity that we have to increase production by simply improving the efficiency of use of this area that is below average. So the largest problem in Brazil is to use these areas better, which are underused. And when we invest in improving productivity, what we can see on the graph on the right is that the necessary investment, especially in recovery of pasture, so fertilizers, and also in nutrition, in animal nutrition. Of course, there's other type of investment in genetics and animal health that can contribute for this increase in productivity, but we are especially talking about recovering pasture area. The integration with agriculture, because this is an agricultural product that can also help improve production in these and productivity of these areas. The good news is that in this intensification process and this message that we all should remember, especially in South America, the positive role of the livestock to climate reduction of emission, because pasture improvement, we're kidnapping carbon when we reduce the life of this animal. We're mitigating methane production when we work together with us being able to transition where we are going to produce more. We're going to be able to continue contributing to the global food safety, but in a way, reduce emissions in production. And on the other hand, if we look at the other aspects of the change in the use of the land or the deforestation, Brazil had peaks of deforestation in 2004, and this led to a pretty large reduction. But it's the way the deforestation happens in the territory is totally changing a little bit. Now it is more concentrated in the Amazonic region. The infrastructure as roads, for example, that were done there, which are for deforestation reducing, especially public roads, where livestock was used to occupy the space and occupy this public land. So this is a process that demands other strategies, public sector and private, that demands public and private effort to make it controllable. So when we talk about transition of the food systems and look at the livestock case in Brazil, there's a lot of diagnosis that was made, but what we need is an environment of public policy that allows us to accelerate this transformation. To add more technology to the production, especially investment and financing to transform this production. So there are different articles and publications that talk about sustainability and agriculture. It's not that like there's one silver bullet, but what we identify as priority actions for this transition is increasing the use of technology or the best practices in production. And this, especially for small farmers, small producers, is something necessary. They need this technical support, the control of the occupation of the territories, and the environmental legislation, especially in Brazil and the Amazonic region. This is critical. The investment, diversified investment, not only for pasture recovery, but also for the use of technology and investment, payment for environmental services, for example, traceability as a system of information that allows the public and the private the control of the food chain. And this view, more attentive view on the small producers, because there are many of them in the livestock in Brazil, and these are the people that do not have access to technology, to investment, to financing, to public credit, for example. Finally, a few words about traceability. We look at traceability as a digital public infrastructure that is necessary. For a long time, for livestock in Brazil, for the products of animal origin, there's NASA was mechanism of animal control, of sanitation, of health traceability. But as Ana Laura mentioned in the previous panel, we need to increase the use of this information system for other uses that are of compliance and market requirements, but also to prove the impact reduction of the agricultural sector. For example, what are the metrics that we should collect in production to prove that meat production is reducing emissions that is associated to preserving biodiversity. For example, in Brazil, Brazil has made a lot of progress in public policies in the last few years. So here I also wanted to acknowledge the work of the Ministry of Agriculture. Our Vice Minister Cabrera, I believe, has mentioned the sustainability platform in livestock in Brazil, which is the infrastructure that we need to control production in Brazil and to show to the market that we have this traceability and security, the environmental impact. There is a product, there is a program that is ongoing in low carbon emissions, which is something, a credit-based program that the Brazil has implemented for low carbon emission technology to be implemented in Brazil. And it's called the Green Path, which is a program to recover pasture and transform them into more productive areas of agriculture or livestock. Brazil has also made progress in policies in fighting deforestation, which are yielding results. So we, as a private sector, understand that the market is a huge force to promote sustainable production so that the chain becomes more efficient. But we also need this environment of public policies that allows for this transformation that we all want for livestock. Thank you all so much.
Muchas gracias, Fernando. Fernando, realmente ABIEC y todo ese.
Thank you so much, Fernando. We can truly appreciate all the work that the Brazilian table has been doing within the global roundtable. I think it is super important that it has taken on a part of advocacy, and I think it is important to bring information to the decision makers about what the private sector is doing, what the challenges are, and for this to be translated into joint action between the two actors. I think that this, in large part, thanks to the roundtable and to Fernando. What you mentioned in the presentation is very important about the demand and the markets and the Brazilian case. A large part of it comes from countries that are perhaps not that developed. So we also see Europe, for example, that is demanding zero deforestation. They're the ones that are demanding the most. But what happens to the new demands and how we're going to achieve this transformation when there's no pressure from the markets? And honestly, to make it a transformation that is not solely achievable through pressure, but also via transformation towards more sustainable livestock. And I think this is the way that things should be done. I think that with greater transparency and for all the links in the chain that can benefit, I think it is important. And this would also be this policy of greater inclusion. A large part of the livestock production is in the hands of small farmers. So how do we make these small farmers receive this technological transfer, that they are able to implement it and that they don't need to speculate, as it happens with land, for example, and that the livestock is not something they can only survive off, but also thrive off and innovate with technology, and all these new can be done today to be more productive, more efficient, and a more efficient producer also contaminates less. So that is also important.
Los puntos importantes de Fernando, ¿no? Las importancias.
Finally, I would like to highlight Fernando's important points. The work in greater technology adoption and how Brazil has an important policy in transforming recovering degraded areas. I think it is very important to not only intensify and be more productive, but also recover areas that can be used for pastures or also agriculture, this recovery. And I think that this is the new thing that we're talking about in the space of sustainability. It used to be stopping conversion, stopping deforestation, and now much of the agenda goes towards recovering degraded areas. It's also very focused on investment, where the money that we need for this transformation is going to come from, and that is part of the agenda, both on the COP and the financing, where the money comes from, how it is used, what are the priorities. And I think that that is a large part of your work, of the ministers, of the negotiators. Traceability, talking about sanitation and environmental, individual traceability, all this carries a high cost. Who pays it? But also we see the benefit. For in Uruguay's case, for example, it is to anticipate what is coming today because of the environmental issue. We need a more transparent chain of value, which is going to be a more reliable chain. And because of how it is set up, the structure that the animals move through, they move through different lands. I think traceability is very important. And well, we need to see how we face the cost because it is quite high, especially for large countries. Inclusion of small producers or farmers. Again, I said it's very important. Environmental control. Sometimes laws can be well redacted so they can be part of a consensus, but there's still a cost. It's not easy. Sometimes there's a political cost, a social cost. These are not easy discussions. If there's a law, then let's say, why do people not follow this law? And much more than that, we have to look at the market requirements, such as what is happening with the European Commission. And well, that's it. I wanted to highlight this. And now I would like to move on to Cecilia Jones, our next speaker from Uruguay. Go ahead, Cecilia.
Thank you very much. There you go. Well, I have only 10 minutes instead of 15. Okay, Uruguay is smaller, I get it. Yeah, so you're gonna have more time, Cecilia. If you take more than 15, it's okay. No, it's no need. Thank you. Well, the challenge here is to say something that that can be seen as interesting, that you can leave here with some examples of what things can be done and can be applicable. I'm gonna give a flip to the question. The commitment to the technologies continuous improvement. I'm gonna talk about Uruguay's case because that's the one I know the most. But I'm gonna flip it. And the question that if I get to move the slides, this one, okay. If I can flip the question and ask ourselves, what's providing science in farming systems to us? And what's going on? And I'm gonna say, I'm not gonna give many results or pieces of information. It's just a reflection on where we are now standing and where we wanna go. Science gives us answers to tough questions. So I came up with the example of the selection work that it's been done regarding animals that produce less methane emission. These are hard questions that require a lot of time, require funds, and that are the ones that are in the border, that what's coming. Genetic improvement for more efficient animals, diets that generate less emission, for example. It gives us information about complex systems. One of the characteristics of meat production is that it's an interaction between soil, vegetal systems, animal systems. We have the challenge of the animal sanitation, and all the and all the and all the bacteria. It's in science where we need to look after the information about complex systems, and the answers are not simple. In the border between the practical application at a field level and the public policies that aim to the sustainability concepts we are all managing, in the science, it's where they are asking or looking for the answers to those questions. There I put as an example a post that was published about diversity in soil microbiology in agricultural and livestock systems. And there's a lot about co-benefits of livestock farming at a level of microsoils. And how do they translate in the meat production? It's just a small drop on how this translates on sustainability of our ecosystems. It's really important. What else does science give us? It leads the way. We're talking about genetic improvements. Okay, so what's the way? The way is to work with animal genetics, the state of the art, so that can permeate in the production chain. It's a slow but real process. And the meat producers working jointly with the research institutes, that's one of the doors where those progress in the research can cause an impact or changes on the things that concerns all of us. So on those way path, also it helps us. Where do we put our emphasis? Well, it improves the efficiencies, improve and apply practices that improve the relationship between what comes in and what goes out from the system. In the science, we have the answers about the key importance of the ecosystems today and for the future generations. Animal well-being, because of the ethical benefits, and also because of the productive impact. Everything that has to do with nutrients, recycling, and the control and contamination control. In the case of livestock, the increase of the persistence of the bases that decrease the usage of assets. And then the tools for decision making at the level of production. Those are the path that science is showing us. What else? Instruments to measure and assess. Now, some things that we want to measure and assess are being benefit because of all the developments at a technology level. And we are able, this is a specific case, that it uses remote sensors to take a look at the status of the ecosystems and to know what happens in those places. We are able to show the greater or lesser impact of the livestock systems. Green is good, red is bad, yellow is be careful. And to the left, you have the Uruguayan administrative units where we have mainly livestock activities. These are multidisciplinary works where the universities and public policies offices are working here. So I'm going to give you an example of a project that took place between 2019 and 2023, where I was involved, which is a project funded by the GEF, where we wanted to work over the basis of the pyramid Fernando mentioned on the cow raising activities, small producers, 60 production units that impacted over the 30,000 hectares based on natural field, which is one of the most dominant ecosystems where most of the livestock takes place. Here in the map, you have the 4 areas where the dominant ecosystems, it's natural field, and the main production system is livestock with an emphasis on raising cattle. Science also generates information for the knowledge frontier, but there's a lot of already generated information of technologies like the ones that are already here that are technologies of knowledge. It's not about investing a lot of money, but learning to make decisions and apply some technologies that were generated from science that allow to go through those paths of efficiency increasing and etc. So those instruments that were applied to this project, some of them were some strategic matters. I'm not going to go more into detail in that about how the systems are managed, but they also things that happen. So we have a dry year incoming. In this, within the implementation of this process, we had the biggest drought in the last 50 years in Uruguay. So sometimes we need to make decisions, which is to read today or decide yesterday, right? And then to give instruments for decision making for the production unit that is isolated or relatively isolated in the daily logistics of the production system. So all that list I showed you has behind a base of literature, research teams that develop knowledge, and develop knowledge that can be translated to a production system. So all of this, this is not for you to read, but it says science is behind those strategic decisions. And now I want to move to the results so I can show you what we achieved with that knowledge package working at a technical assistance level with innovation in meat production units. What we achieved, and I'm going to address the sustainability dimensions. We got to increase the family income, decrease the costs, increase the production. And how do we increase production? Because there were more cattle, there was a greater kilos for baby cows. And but besides that, from what I showed you in the economy production, we got to reduce the total emissions, a greater impact because of the production increase in the intensity of emission. We got to improve the pasture height. We improved vegetable biodiversity. That was one of the goals we were looking for because the project took place in really adverse climate conditions. We measured the resistance to the drought. So actually, the drought had a really great impact during the project execution, but in the monitoring of the fields that were benefited from the program and those that weren't, we saw that the drought had a greater impact in those who did not benefit from it. So for now, because of the nature of the soil carbon, apparently there wasn't a significant impact. So I'm going to stop a bit just to say that science has provided knowledge that if we apply them, they can have a significant impact on the base on the foundation of the pyramid, and that takes everything up in this chain. So I'm gonna talk about one job we did with IICA and with the Development Inter-American Bank. And just to highlight the importance of the cooperation spaces. This is in the elaboration process, and we have already a publication, and it's focused in the south part of the Americas, but it's one of the key things for all this work we do, which is to measure, assess, and show, being able to communicate to the key actors in the opinion building spaces. What are the key factors? What's the livestock farming we are looking for, and what are the dimensions we are working on and that we will continue be worked on? You have there the QR code to see that publication and the work that is being done. But it's key the producers cannot change or keep that continuous improvements by themselves. The countries need to work in collaboration spaces like the IICA. So just to wrap up, where are we heading to? Where is livestock farming heading to? And none of this is news, but it's to preserve, protect, and restore ecosystems so the systems can be more resilient and healthy for today and for the future. Look for the well-being and development of the people at a social and financial level, reduce the impact of the climate change effects, strengthening the adaptive capacity of the production systems, and also we want to contribute to the global challenges regarding greenhouse gases mitigation. So what is that we cannot overlook? Implementation capability. That small project with 60 units had to go through a training process at a methodological and logistics level for individual awards that were somehow delayed or that were not adopting technologies that were available or that were on the table. That's key. The implementation capability, someone has to lead for things to happen. Collaboration and participation between actors, institutions, and countries. Well, you cannot go anywhere by yourselves. That support, where I started saying that the questions are tough and the answers take time. So that support for research and development cannot be overlooked. And also the funding mechanisms. There is so much literature about the funding deficit for the food production systems in this system. And this is key for the example I gave you that are investment. For that, we also need funding to strengthen those systems that allow us to get where we want to get. And with that, I thank you, and I'm here for questions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Cecilia. I think Uruguay's case, all these last points apply to many countries in Latin America regarding transparency, implementation capability. It's something that we all need to apply. That's never enough. And despite Uruguay, it's a small country. I would think that in bigger countries, it's even a greater challenge. Also, the financial and social development, not only talking about or thinking about environmental issues, but also here in Latin America, we have big challenges at a social level, and also that when you want to improve or be more sustainable, sometimes there are some other priorities. I think that that's a big challenge, and not even mentioning some other regions in the world. But yes, we all talk about these last points you mentioned: protect, restore, preserve, thinking on the future generations, and that we can provide food to the world for many more years, and with more and more with protein of more and more quality. Thank you very much, Cecilia. And now we'll go to the last speaker. Please take note of your questions because we're going to have a Q&A round, not only for the ministers, but also if we have time, we're going to open the questions for the public. So please take note of your questions for the three speakers. Troy is going to present in English. So for those who need translation, please use the devices. Thank you.
All right, appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. We talked, these previous two talks from Cecilia and Fernando were more focused on the beef production system. I'm going to focus a little bit more on individual cows and individual levers that we have to pull via genetics that allow us to work towards some of these sustainability goals. And my only regret with this presentation is I didn't know that the Director General had a population genetics advanced degree. I would have put more equations in there if I had known that that was the case. I'm talking with, especially when I speak with producers through my role in extension, is that cattle producers are our original sustainability experts, right? They are caretakers of animals, they're caretakers of ecosystems, they're improvers, right? And we're going to focus a lot on animal breeding here. What are we able to do via genetics that help this system work together more efficiently? But I think that when you ask producers what their ultimate goal is, right? They're economically focused, right? How are these things that we're doing aligned with our abilities to be profitable? This is true in the United States, in South America, everywhere represented here. But I think ultimately they're really forward-looking, right? These producers are concerned about their ability to stay in livestock production, to continue doing this for their livelihood. And so I think that that's the ultimate definition of sustainability. How do we allow ourselves to continue operating, right? There's a social license to operate, but also we have to be fiscally viable in order to continue our operations as cattle producers. And so this is my big takeaway. I've front loaded all of my takeaway messages. So if you run off in the next 60 seconds, you'll know everything that I'm going to say. And that is that efficiency is our best path towards sustainability and towards profitability. And these things are very much aligned. Okay, I think that for a long time, our producers have gotten in their minds that sustainability is a dirty word, but really the practices that we do that increase efficiency, which is what I'll talk about today, are going to improve sustainability and they're going to help us be more profitable in our cattle operations. So this is big takeaway number one. And from a genetics perspective, this is the second takeaway. We're making our cattle better, and we have tools that allow us to push the envelope even more to make these things move faster in the directions that we want them to, right? This next generation is better than the previous, and genetic progress is cumulative and it's permanent. Once we make these genetic selection decisions, once we improve these animals, that is here to stay unless we select in the opposite direction. So as we continue to make our animals more productive and efficient, more sustainable, we get to keep that progress and build on it in successive generations. And so as we talk about this system of efficiency, this is a really basic way of representing it. And we'll focus on one of these three areas mostly as I talk through some of the individual levers that we have to pull via genetics. But again, our efficiency, sustainability, profitability drivers, whether this be in an individual animal or in a farming system, we have inputs, so hold everything else the same, but decrease the inputs. That increases efficiency. We can hold everything the same and increase our outputs. That's the other path. And a really underappreciated one that I'll spend a fair bit of time talking about is there's this waste term in our efficiency, right? There are resources that go into our system that don't end up in those outputs. Those are falling into waste, and that I think is our best pathway towards increasing efficiency and sustainability in our production systems. But historically, most of our efficiency gains have happened here in the output world, right? This is from the United States, but I would suspect similar patterns across all of the represented countries here, right? We're making more beef with fewer cows. So we're about the same production levels as we were in 1977, but doing so with 33% less cows. Right? We have made so much genetic progress. We've made nutrition progress. We've made animal health progress that allow us to be more efficient, do more with less on a smaller land footprint, but continue to be one of our biggest agricultural outputs in the United States. And so where opportunity is, as we look forward and as you work on this joint declaration, I would encourage us all to focus our attention. And again, this is mostly beef centric, but we've done so much work in the feedlot. We've optimized our feeding protocols, our health protocols, but there's so much opportunity at the level of the cow-calf operation, that forage-based production. We know that about 87% of our enteric methane emission comes from that cow-calf and stocker side of things, right? Before those animals go on a high concentrate intensive feed. And so there are so many opportunities, but there are so many profit drivers that make this a really challenging proposition, no matter where we're at. But again, I think we've got so much meat left on the bone in the cow-calf sector to increase our efficiency and overall productivity. And so this is where we start talking about individual drivers, individual traits that we can improve genetically that allow us to be more profitable and more sustainable at the level of the individual cow. Something that I think we forget a lot of times in the beef world is that really a cow's job is to produce milk, right? She's out turning grass into milk that ultimately gets turned into pounds in that calf. And so again, we've selected for all sorts of these outputs historically, but we've probably ignored too much the inputs that go into this cow, right? How efficiently is she able to take that limited forage base, right? It's going to vary from country to country here, obviously, but where I'm at in the United States, we are very concerned with land conversion out of agricultural productivity. Our agricultural footprint is shrinking. So when I talk to my producers, it's very focused on how do we take a limited amount of forage and continue to be a productive enterprise at the cow-calf level. But again, we maybe don't have a great understanding genetically of the drivers of those maintenance requirements or inputs. But I want to focus mostly here on wasteful cows, right? That leakage from this system, saying we hold inputs and outputs the same, there's still so much leakage that happens at the system level that I think we have an opportunity to improve the overall sustainability of our production. And so I always say that an open cow, a cow that's not carrying a calf, is the world's most inefficient cow because she takes 100% of the inputs, she gives us 0% of the outputs, which means that all of that filters through, it leaks out of this system in the form of waste. And there are so many ways that a cow can be wasteful. Fertility is just one. But I think more generally that when we have cows that leave production early, whether fertility, whether that's due to something even like disposition or temperament, she's not adapted to the environment that we put her in, then we have to step back and replace her with another female that will take 2 years to reach sexual maturity. And that animal has a greenhouse gas footprint, a feed input footprint, right? So it takes efficiency out of the system when our cows fall out of production early. But the good news is that we have management interventions, and those will get talked about later on today. But we also have genetic selection opportunities to improve all of these traits that affect these wasteful cows. And again, these selection that we do on genetics, this is permanent and it's cumulative. So here I've got all my same traits and the heritabilities. So how much do we think that genetics plays into the expression of these traits? And as you'll see, this ranges from about 0.15 on fertility, would be a more lowly heritable trait, all the way up to about 0.35 for traits like maintenance requirements, adaptive traits. We're very interested in making sure that we place cows in the right context for them to express their genetic potential. And all of these other traits, we have the ability via genetics to pull those levers and improve these animals' overall efficiencies. And so from a scientific perspective, the attitude that we take is that if we can measure a trait and that trait is heritable, that component to it, we can develop these genetic predictions. You might call them EBVs, EPDs, PTAs. Our producers are very familiar with these, but we can take novel traits, we can make genetic predictions, and we can accelerate progress for anything if we have enough measurements on those traits. And so the way that this works, this is the only equation that I put, which is pretty good for a quantitative geneticist. But the phenotype of an individual is the combination of its genotype and the environment or the management in which that animal receives. We lump everything into environment, whether that be feeding, whether that be grazing, whether that be health. But really what we want to focus on in our selection tools are just what an animal can pass down to its offspring in the form of genetic potential. These are very, very useful because in commercial cow-calf operations, the main driver of genetic progress is the bulls that we bring in from seed stock farms. And the challenge with many of these cow efficiency phenotypes, things like cow longevity or heifer pregnancy or udder structure, we can't measure those things in bulls, but bulls are the major contributor of our genetic progress. So these genetic selection tools allow us to choose sires, to choose bulls, cow herd more rapidly and more accurately. The biggest bottleneck, though, is that in order to build these genetic predictions, we have to measure lots of phenotypes on the individuals that we're trying to predict with. These are big statistical models, and this is the major bottleneck as we think about introducing new and novel phenotypes and developing genetic selection tools for them. And so these are the two big missing gaps, I think, in our genetic selection right now as we think about cow efficiency. Understanding how much cows are eating when they're out on forage. It sounds like it would be an easy thing, but it turns out it's very, very hard for us to quantify actual grass intake from cows. So that's the big thing that my research lab works on, as well as understanding its relationship to enteric emissions. I'll talk a little bit more about those mechanisms to actually get at those traits, but want to leave with a couple of immediate actions and deployable technologies, as well as a motivation for needed research, I think, in this overall picture of forage-based cow efficiency and the role that genetics plays in sustainability. And so, again, I think that this is not rocket science. We have many of the tools that we need to go out and make genetic progress on traits that will make our beef system more profitable and more efficient. These are out there. I think that extension is something that really needs attention as you think about policy decisions that we can make. Making sure that producers have access to the most up-to-date scientific research, have access to the tools that are available to them is so important. A lot of tools get created in academia that sit on shelves. So extension is absolutely imperative to making sure not just genetics, but grazing management, animal health, all of these things, where the rubber meets the road with the producer, we've got to have that connection. Terminal crossbreeding is something I talk about a lot. We miss opportunities sometimes by sub-optimization within our breeding systems, so that will continue to be very important. And then using these selection tools. These allow us to make genetic progress faster, and the development of new tools that fill in some of the gaps that we have from a perspective of sustainability, getting a holistic picture of all the genetic drivers of efficiency. Those are going to be very important. And finally, once we identify good genetics, we have to find ways to deploy them into the field. And that's going to look very different across all of our countries. It looks very different from region to region within the United States. So artificial insemination, embryo transfer, gender sorted semen, all of these things are very important tools to making sure that we're putting the right genetics in the right context. And so I'll speak very briefly about a couple of projects that my lab is specifically working on, areas of big interest, I think, to this audience in advancing the sustainability of our beef production systems. The first is trying to place the right genetics in the right environmental context. Even within the United States, we have everything from sort of tropical swamps in Florida where we're grazing cows to animals at high altitude deserts. The genetics that fit in each of those environments is going to be very, very different. And we're working together with the American Angus Association and a bunch of collaborators at institutions across the United States to try and take not only into account environmental or climatic factors into the environment that an animal is raised in, but also understanding the management intensity that happens on farm. So the idea being that you have a whole bunch of sire selection candidates. You're trying to go out and choose a bull if you're a producer. If we know your location, if we know the intensity with which you manage your animals, we can provide decision support via this mechanistic modeling to place the right genetics in your herd to optimize productivity. Just a little bit about methane. This is something that I talk about a lot. My lab does some research on. Methane is a heritable trait. We can move the needle on enteric methane production via genetics. The biggest bottleneck to developing selection tools for this is capturing phenotypes on grazing cattle, measuring this trait in the context that matters the most. And the biggest hurdle to implementation is a lack of economic signal for producers to include this in their selection objectives. So my suggestion now, and I think for a while moving forward, is that our best path to overall mitigation within these systems is to increase the efficiency. That decreases our methane emission intensity within these systems. Are on the cow side trying to improve her overall efficiency. And I'll skip to the end with a couple of takeaways, contact information, because my time is up. Appreciate the attention and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Craig.
Well, I think this last topic about genetics is very important. There's a huge opportunity for the entire region to have greater adoption of this new technology for genetics that is being used to empower decision making with the improvement of genetics. I think this is also very important, and perhaps today we could also discuss this, and I would like to see what are the political decisions or the public policy decisions that could be implemented so that all the producers have access to this improvement and technology. I think right now the United States and North America, the situation with the adoption of this genetic improvement is very different to that of Latin America. And if this were accompanied by public policies of greater extension, this would also accelerate the progress, and I think that carries great potential. Now, I would first like to move on to the questions of the ministers. If anybody has any questions for either of the three speakers, the floor is open for you first.
Adelante, Argentina, por favor.
Go ahead, Argentina, please. Well, good morning, everyone. This has been a barrage of information, and we do agree that the challenge is to work on efficiency. Unfortunately, when we talk about beef, this is quite complex, many parts, and actually, when we propose efficiency, we talk about the chain as a whole, how the signal from one point of the market reaches the producer. And, well, I think everybody knows that Argentina has a background in working in genetics, etc. And when I was listening to talks about it incorporating this methane range, I was thinking, okay, so when they conduct the selection of, let's say, the champions, the best specimens, we should actually work on incorporating these parameters within the profiles of the jury. Basically, the judges have to meet the criteria for these kind of parameters with all the challenges, and then after, sorry, I don't remember everybody's names, but we do agree that livestock farming is widely criticized because it has a lot of emissions. It is also a tool to maintain the pastures, grass fields, and there is a lot of work that is not being incorporated into many of the models when you conduct the analysis of emissions versus capture. And I would like to remind everyone that for a couple of years now, as part of FAO, the subcommittee for livestock was created where all these topics are discussed. In fact, right now they're discussing with the president, the Irish presidency, the future agenda, and all these topics are important for the committee, which acts as a sort of a reference. This should be taken into account. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. I think this last point is very important. How FAO itself was transformed from placing the livestock as the guilty party for the emissions to how it generated spaces and started viewing livestock as a solution, and how you can have stock cattle farming and low emissions, and how FAO supports the solution increasingly. So this transformation is important, and it's important for all of us to be active, to not in science and in information for the whole decision-making process. Thank you. I don't know if there are any other comments. Marcelo, Paraguay, go ahead, please. Yes, thank you, Josefina. It is a pleasure to be here facing these dispositions. And my question actually goes towards Sampaio in terms of the connection to of the farmers with the industry. We have had the FAO support, and recently in a final report in our livestock organization, the price transfer of the industry was published, and of exportation of exports to livestock farmer, and it's qualified as an incomplete and asymmetric transmission, which means that not the whole price that the refrigeration providers receive is then transferred to the producer. So I wanted your opinion on how you view all the different refrigeration providers who are your associates, how they view the association with the livestock farmer. In this sense, it is not only important to talk about price, but also how you view the possible progress in some of these policies where the livestock farmer can maintain their can stay in business, specifically in Paraguay. Livestock has been pressured by agriculture and the forest models, which are quite interesting also from the economic point of view for those who own property. So it would be interesting to tackle these topics and also ask Brazil how you are doing in this sense. Well, thank you for the question. The relationship between the livestock farmer and the industry, I think, generates different kinds of conflicts everywhere, but you also have the perception that we all have in common, which are the divergencies. What I see is that there are two things that happen in Brazil. In the industry, for a long time, the industry side real raw inputs, which are females, males, crossbreeds, age determination, so different kinds of raw material. This goes into the refrigerator, then a single product comes out at the end, which is meat. And the industry perceived that within the industry, they could start to diversify because there was meat that could be sold for a higher amount in some markets, meats with a different quality. So they started doing this, and what happens today is that this reaches the producer. So an industry that wants to determine a certain market niche moves on to orienting its producers in a type of the type of raw material that they need. So this contributes to improving relationships because the producer knows what is being asked in terms of product, in terms of raw material.
Esto creo que está mejorando la relación.
So I think this is improving relationships and it's happening more and more. On the other hand, in the production, this pyramid that we talk about, there are producers that are much more efficient, that use a lot of technology. Basis for the product is there that's below the means, the medium productivity is that those who create the price for the livestock are above it. So with this price, they reach a certain level and they say, okay, with this I can sell it. And here I can break even.
Entonces, los que están abajo.
So those who are below productivity, they are always losing money. And what happens is that if production does not improve, for them, it would be easier to rent this land out to agriculture because they're going to receive more for renting than what they are receiving for producing cattle, or the farm simply is going to be transferred to another person. So in that sense, there's a concentration happening in the field where the most efficient thing is taking the space of the least efficient thing. And this is a complicated process because we need public policies to support these producers, to have technical orientation, to have access, to make the necessary investments. So these are different processes. I think that there is no way to create solutions without putting the government and the industry on the same table. So here we have examples of countries such as in IICA and Uruguay, but there are countries where the governance implies everybody getting together in search of solutions, and this is something that we have to go over. In Brazil, we have some states that are moving forward with this governance model, but we are also in a permanent dialogue with the Ministry of Agriculture, with the Ministry of Production to face this sort of problem.
Gracias, Fernando.
Thank you,
Acá
Fernando.
me informa que hubo un cambio de agenda.
Here at the end, there was a change of schedule. Our lunch is at 12:30, so I don't know if anybody can close today's session. Yes, please go ahead, Brazil. Thank you.
Eu queria fazer comentário apenas complementar, já que o tema central são compromissos para
I would like to make a comment that is simply connected to the main topic, which are the permits to continue best practices. We have no doubt that the biggest challenges are specifically moving the solutions to livestock to food safety. The main thing is to focus on energy security. Many of our countries are, in fact, very efficient in the conversion of bioenergy that is derived from livestock, and because of climate safety, which, well, we will see that we are coming closer to COP. So the main way to reduce or perhaps to sequester or incorporate this carbon footprint is through the photosynthesis activity, because this happens very well. So having said that, I would like to share a little bit about Brazil's experience in the last few years. As Fernando Sampaio mentioned, our main policy is reduction and adaptation of the greenhouse effects for livestock, which has now turned 15 years, our plan called ABC, and between 2010 and 2020, Brazil made a global commitment through best practices and technology on topics of agriculture or forests, and going over livestock in a general way. We have implemented in Brazil, through the productive sector and with the support of the government and the private sector, 35 million hectares of systems and practices that are sustainable. And we made the commitment to be able to reduce 170 million tons or the equivalent through these best practices. Practices such as biological fixation of nitrogen, not only for agriculture, but also for pasturing, evolving for national inputs plan of forest plans related to the recovering of pastures, of parts of biodegradable areas, specifically with pastures of high density, such as the ones that we found in the panic genre, largely developed pastures, direct plantation, residue control, producing in such a way this bioenergy, and practices such as integration of the field and livestock, when it's not just a single area, but where we can produce both for the meat part and for the vegetable part. And this first point, we overcame our goal in Brazil here from 2020 to 2030, has as a goal to have 35 million hectares. We implemented these hectares by using these different sustainable practices, and we overcame this goal in terms of reduction, where we reduced 75 million hectares through these different practices. In 2021, we projected our reductions with commitments through these practices that are mainly equivalent in livestock farming. We know that this is the main topic when we talk about sustainability, and we talk about commitments with the NDCs, where our commitment is to 2030 to be able to implement over 72 million hectares in sustainable practices, both in agriculture as well as forests and everything in general, and to be able to reduce 0.1 gigatons, which is an equivalent to 1,100,000,000 tons. So I want to share this because we have no doubt that livestock and forests are The special topics, they have the key role to be able to continue evolving continuously, to be able to reduce and contribute to humanity in food safety, climate safety, and energy safety. And once again, place Brazil's experiences on these programs, on these plans that are at everyone's disposal. So I just wanted to indicate that. So much, Brazil. It was very interesting. Everything that Brazil is doing is a large scale and it has a huge impact. So these best practices has honestly a great impact and everything that is still coming in the commitment that Brazil has assumed. So let's finish today's session. I want to thank everyone for staying tuned, and we're going to discuss the rest of the topics in what is left of the day. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our panel, our moderator. I want to announce that right now it is lunchtime, which we can find outside the room. We will have a team there that is going to direct you around the pool where we are going to be able to have lunch, and we will be returning at 1:30 for today's third module this afternoon. Thank you.
comenzará en
Buenas tardes. Por favor, si tomamos asiento para poder...
Good afternoon. If we could all please take our seats to begin the third module of this workshop. Thank you all so much.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you have had a pleasant lunch. We are going to begin the third topic today and first of this afternoon. This topic, this panel, is called the role of economic development and commerce. It's going to be moderated by Mr. Lloyd, who is at the honor table. And we're going to invite our two speakers. First, Mr. Jason Heffenmeister, please go ahead. Let's receive him with a warm round of applause. Mr. Jason is an attorney and he is a commercial advisor of the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture of the United States, and he is an advisor to the Secretary and Subsecretary of Commerce and Foreign Agricultural Affairs in the matter of commercial agricultural policy. And our second speaker is Marcelo González de Ferreira, who's the Vice Minister of Livestock in the Ministry of Agriculture of Paraguay. Please a round of applause for him. He is a veterinarian doctor since 2017. He has been a vice minister in livestock of Paraguay and highlighting the growth and sustainable development of the quality and livestock production based on plant management. Thank you both, Lloyd. Thank you, Victor. I am going to speak English for those who need help, you know.
Is on the role of economic development and trade. I am thrilled to be moderating this panel with a couple old friends. The first is Jason Heffenmeister. Jason has, well, I've known Jason for a few years, I suppose. We won't say how many decades, but he's played important roles in the foreign trade component of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the U.S. Trade Representative, and the private sector for a number of years. We're happy that he was able to join us. He just got off an airplane, so he had to travel all night long from Washington. So he's hopefully awake. Jason, I have a few questions for you, but I'll let you make some opening remarks on the role of trade and economic development and how it impacts Livestock, from your perspective in your many years as a negotiator, is also a representative of USDA. And then I'll ask you a couple questions and then we'll let you try to go to sleep. So over to you.
Great. Well, thanks, Lloyd, for that introduction, and thanks for hosting to IICA for hosting this conference. A real treat for us to participate. So you asked about trade and livestock, and I thought the previous panelists have already identified a number of the key factors that we look at. We've talked about the importance of nutrition, how livestock can meet nutrition needs, and about bringing food from surplus areas to deficit areas, and that's fundamental to trade. We've talked about productivity, about how we can increase yields by getting bigger output from fewer inputs and having fewer externalities, and how productivity is a key driver of trade. We've talked about consumer preferences, how we want to have systems that can be certified both in terms of quality or for other attributes. We've talked about health and safety, about the importance of regimes in place and certifying to the health of the food for humans, as well as protecting herds. And we've talked about innovation, about how new farming techniques can increase yields, they can reduce inputs, they can yield better environmental outputs, they can deliver higher quality products. And all trade is fundamental to all three of all of those elements individually and as they come together. And so for many of us, livestock is an important part of our economies. It's about half our rural economy is livestock based. I'm sure it's the same for many of yours. And when we are able to trade, it not only gives us more customers, which helps drive up prices for our farmers, not just for what they export, but for their market price. It also helps provide new ideas, the sharing of new farming practices, new marketing practices, and knowledge about better management of animals. And it also helps address some of the larger sustainability questions we have about preserving vibrant rural economies. And so trade really is very central to this conversation of a productive livestock sector. And when we think about how we can promote that trade, what it's going to deliver to our farmers, we do look at the world of policy. Governments have a unique role here to both provide the setting that is increasing productivity for our farmers by providing them information, by setting up an enabling environment in the marketplace, by protecting against diseases and other threats to farming activities, and by promoting the development of a commercial system where consumer preferences can be addressed and producers can adjust to what the customer wants. And so we in the hemisphere, as largely surplus producers, as largely competitive producers, as largely producers who are using new technologies, have an interest of working together to provide the right regulatory regimes for ourselves and to explain to the rest of the world about what good regulatory policy is. We also have a responsibility of developing public-private partnerships between our governments and our producers and our marketers so that we can ensure that we've got safe and products that the market wants. And that also we can work on establishing international standards and promoting guidelines. So there's greater harmonization, not only within our region, but around the world, so that we can spread the adoption of better production practices, provide greater certainty among consumers that they know they're getting the product they want. So removing any confusion or unnecessary restrictions in the movement of these livestock products in international markets. So this topic is big in agriculture. The promotion of this sector is important for our economies, and trade, I think, has got a fundamental through line through all of that.
Thanks, Jason. Let's maybe dig down into a couple of the themes that you just articulated, and maybe let me ask you, what practical steps should governments and private parties prioritize to strengthen traceability and food safety across the hemisphere without blocking trade or disadvantaging small producers. We both kind of grew up at USDA in a time of a food safety issue with BSE. But now we've moved on to a whole host of other elements that could potentially both create marketing opportunities, but also block trade if they're not taken care of. Any thoughts?
Yeah, so maybe the first one is on traceability. I think there's a dynamic tension there, and you referred to it earlier, particularly in the United States. We are a country of live free or die trying, and our farmers feel that particularly. They don't like to be told what to do. But as Lloyd mentioned, when he had responsibility at USDA, we had to encourage our farmers to take on some additional traceability requirements. That it was to convince them, not only was it important for their own operation to better understand the movement of their animals, but it was important for the community as a whole. That for us to get on top of potential disease outbreaks, we needed to have some sort of system in place. So encouraging our producers to adopt the right practices is vital. And this is it's HPAI, if it's foot and mouth, if it's BSE, if it's screwworm, all of these things are going to require those kinds of activities. And any one of us could be subject to those threats. But I think the flip side of that is that you got to know the limits of what we should be asking our producers. First of all, it's got to be sensible. We need to have risk-based traceability requirements, not arbitrary or capricious demands that some government bureaucrat says, I have this interesting question. I wish I knew this. Why don't I impose a burden on my producer to make them keep track of it? And it's also got to be something that's sensible across the marketplace, something that people in the whole value chain can process that information without additional costs or without too much invasive into their activities. So I think that's one part, is like, how do we help them set up a traceability regime? The second part is this food safety partnership, public-private partnership. So we need to make investments, either as governments or working with private sector, in diagnostic labs. We've got to be able to set up inspector systems so that we're keeping track of the safety of both traded products, but also domestically produced products. That we have a surveillance system in place so that we can get on top of diseases early and we can report on them, and we can set up quarantine and deal with those. So the government has got some responsibility here, but it's also working with the private sector that we do that. And then third, this international systems. Like, how can we as a group go to Codex together, go to other international organizations, and really ensure that we're setting international guidelines that really address the needs of the marketplace and the producers.
Thanks, Jason. I failed to point out for everyone your tie. And if you could sit up straight so that everyone can see your tie, it has a bunch of cows on it. So we appreciate your celebrating the theme of livestock today. You were talking about Codex, and one of the things that IICA has really focused as the foundation for public policy. And we just had a presentation from Troy talking about genetics and talking about improvements. We need to encourage the continuous implementation of science-based livestock technology and practices, including pasture management and silvopastoral systems. How can trade and economic policy accelerate the adoption of these technologies while keeping producers competitive?
Yeah, that's a hard question. And maybe the first step here is to remember what science is, right? Science is a method. Science is a process. Science is always evolving and always finding new answers. And so investing in that, not being afraid of the data and following the truth where it leads you is the core to that. But it's also important to recognize the limits of what we say when we're talking about science. And so, it's particularly frustrating to us when we're asked to prove the safety of something. This, as all students of logic knows, is inconsistency, proving a negative, right? So we have to have risk-based systems in place rather than precaution-based systems in place. And so I think that's really kind of fundamental to any conversation here about strengthening a scientific basis. Know what science does, know what it can do, but don't ask too much of it. And it's hard, right? It's very human nature to say, I'm not doing something unless it's proven safe to me. But, we can't prove safety. We can give you risk assessments. So I think that's really important just in terms of having an intelligent conversation with consumers, with other countries about where science can lead us, because science can do wonderful things for us. Science can tell us things about pasture management, can tell us things about nutrition, can tell us things about disease control, can tell us things about productivity. And it's really, the driving force of history is the application of this science to new technologies, new farming techniques. So it's an ongoing conversation globally because people have real concerns about safety. Science can give us direction, but we can't let it get derailed into just closed-mindedness. So for us, it's a lot about public-private partnerships, investments that the government can make. We have responsibilities on our private sector, and then transmitting this information to consumers, to other countries, so that we're all working from the same set of facts. And when you have that, then you can unlock the gains from trade, because people can have the confidence that this product they are purchasing is the thing that they think it is, and it has the safety and the attributes that you're looking for.
So we spent a lot of the first part of the century fighting for science related to BSE. Strong animal health systems and science-based sanitary measures are essential. What actions should governments and partners take to harmonize SPS measures, control transboundary disease, which there's a lot of that happening right now, and it always will, and ensure that trade remains a force for shared prosperity, especially using, the guidance of international standard setting bodies like the OIE, WOA, and SPS committee. Thoughts on that?
Well, I think the most important thing is to stay engaged. I think it's important for particularly neighbors, but all countries to have the same vocabulary and the same understanding, so that when we talk about risk transmission, when we talk about surveillance practices or quarantines, we have a shared understanding of what's happening. I think when you have a shared vocabulary, that allows for more coordinated action. When you know what your trading partner is doing and you can understand where they're coming from, and been approved by experts in international organizations, that puts you ahead when there is a disease outbreak and you need to take measures to quarantine imports or domestic production. So staying involved and staying on the same page is critical. I think equally important is also staying in the right pasture. That is, let's make sure we keep health and safety conversations about health and safety and not bringing in other objectives that the public may want or governments may want, and not watering down the core concern about human, animal, and plant health or safety with other social objectives. I think then you can really compromise health and safety by going after maybe priorities that aren't broadly shared and not recognized by other countries.
Well, thank you, Jason. We appreciate your time and your spirit, especially after a long night. If everyone will please join me in applauding for Jason. We're not going to let you fall asleep just yet. We still have another presenter and then some questions. Jason and I share a common origin. We're both from California. And our next presenter, although he's the Vice Minister of Livestock from Paraguay, he also spent some time at the University of California, San Luis Obispo or Pomona? Yeah. San Luis Obispo. So he's a Californian too. So you're outnumbered, Director General, a lot of California here, but there's a lot of Argentines in California. So Marcelo, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, IICA.
Thank you so much. I see the presence of Dr. Manuel Otero and Lloyd. The government of Paraguay thanks you for the space, and we appreciate that this space is here for us to get to know each other, to talk in person and build the bond that if you follow up with it a little bit, many things can arise from everything that our region builds. And in this way, today we present some numbers regarding the economic and social importance that livestock has in a country that is still developing and whose natural resources and how we manage them throughout time carries relevance. We should add that Paraguay is a country that is surrounded by land. It is an island surrounded by land, as a Paraguayan poet says. The emission that we have in the world is basically 0.009, something like that. So
Y que con la producción que tenemos una baja.
to say that with the production that we have low emission. We are food exporters. In this way, we request that we should be considered as an important country because we produce food for world peace, and peace cannot be achieved if we do not have enough food for everybody and access to the food on behalf of the greatest part of the population. And the last part as well, Paraguay produces unsubsidized food. Paraguay, as a producer, Paraguay has found profitability within this sector, and so this is a characteristic that we can name. Also, it has been a big landscape in our economy. This year, we have been qualified with a degree of investment. We are one of the few countries that has entered with this degree of investment. Rural poverty has gone from 70% to 33% in 20 years. Right now it's at 24, 25%, and that's because of our exporting activity that is generated within the country. Our GDP is about $50 billion. We have a growth rate of about 4% average. Middle class and inflation of 4.4% per year. Paraguay is recognized for the strength of its economy, but currently the president is asking us on top of that to talk about the strength of our macroeconomy, our low inflation. The only currency that has not come up with zeros in all of Latin America, the only point that has not changed its name in the entirety of history, which Guarani, which is the currency of Paraguay, and this is because we have an independent central bank that is very technical, and in this sense, we want to say that the agricultural and livestock chains are 47% of our GDP, and we employ 27% of the population that is economically active.
For Paraguay, the production is important for its economy, for its society. We are about over 6,000 millions of settlers. Here we want to show you the weight in the income of the profits for primary products in blue in the base of the screen, and in red you can see the manufacture of agro origin together. Then we have energy. We are clean energy producers. We have two hydros with Brazil, with Argentina. Yes, I wanted to show you also the products that we have from soja, beef, flours, rice. We also produce corn, a series of products. This is a graph showing the population, how it increased, how the GDP increased in the second column. The GDP per person, also the total poverty rate. As I told you, it is being reduced by 22%. And also the emissions per person also are reduced. As in the previous presentation, we are a country making a lot of reduction of emissions. It's not a randomized trend. It's based on facts and modern legislations. How of the national territory is covered by forest, and Brazil is the only country with a higher number. Obviously, Brazil is about with a 68% due to the great the extension of the territory. Of this number of 44%, we have an area which is the west and the east areas. In one area, we have a law of forestation, which is zero. It's not allowing the deforestation. Here, I just want to show you, it says 23. In the 73, we already had a forest law before the boom of conservation of forest and other legislations. Paraguay already was concerned for the coverage of forest. What is the implications of the farming? These laws are positive from the environmental point of view. In farming, they have an impact because they are private property. The fact that they cannot use the 25% of this property for production, you have less productivity, but farming producers respect the regulation, and they use the design areas for this forestation, and also they respect in order to keep it like with that tag. This is the law I was talking about, the zero deforestation. If you see here the number, it says 0.4. In 2004, Paraguay already had a zero deforestation before this had a boom in the different organizations that are many times dangerous publications. They affect Paraguay. The last case that we had was an NGO from Holland, the Netherlands, publishing massive deforestation. All these numbers, all the numbers that they included, we were going to have probably the territory of Brazil, Paraguay as a whole. Paraguay needed to have like 10 levels for forestation according to what they published. But the negative impact was felt by the countries. That's why Paraguay made a lot of effort to demonstrate and to have a strong institution and a robust institution as well. This is a summary of all the different regulations that we have. We have laws for forestation services. We haven't found the payment owner for the services. Paraguay, with its works, with money from the government, is paying all these environmental services. But internationally, we haven't found that. And here we request to IICA support to move forward with a law. We have a law from 2006, but we have not made progress on this. And the monitoring is very strong, and with the technology, satellite images, for example. In order to compare the indicators for this external commerce of beef, we increase our numbers in 2024. We have $1,766 million. In this year, we have over 1,000 in the first semester. This is very important for the economy because most part of this profit comes to the internal areas of the country, and it makes a dynamic cycle of the economy. We are exporting meat to China, Taiwan, United States. 75% of the volume of our meat. The variation, volume, and mass, we wanted to show it. We have increased by a 37% in value and an 18% in volume. We obtained an added value in better quotations due to our production. Here, I wanted to show you a comparison. This is from United States, where they share United States with other exporters. And here you can see that we are within the best exporters of the world. What is the social impact of farming? Here where you can see the generation of employments, which is over 2,072 millions of employments, which is important for the amount of settlers in the country. And from here, 93% is located within the internal areas of the country. So in that sense, we can see that we stopped and we invest the migration of the rural people to the city. After the pandemic, we saw that a lot of people were coming back to the farms to work because they had an economical result. And 5% corresponds to other services, and 2% are within the labor offered in these freezing centers. The social impact and the economical impact is very important within the country. Yes, I wanted also to add that the sustainable growth of these imports boost the generation of employments. From that, it's important. It is important how this continent makes emphasis that the international trade is not influenced for measures that are not only applicable to commerce or trade, because there are different another important factors, families, for example, waiting for this dynamization has a logistics with an overcost. Paraguay has through the Paraguayan River to the Plata River until the other ports, and from that we communicate with the world, with other seas for the shipment world. So we have more time and we have a higher cost to other ones which made Paraguay at a higher level, at an important level of investment. And that sustainability regarding production, environmental care is important for the country, integrating the economical development. Also, we want to include that we do not agree that countries such as, or blocs like the European Union put organizations or bodies making parallel numbers to the official numbers that we have. We request that the official numbers by official reports, official bodies are respected and included and valid for the trade, for the international trade. It is not possible that as a country, again, we have to pay to a private certifying company in Europe so that we can access to these markets. I think that this is a topic we have addressed many times at IICA, and we have requested answers. So we ask to give the proper relevance to this topic for the Paraguayan government to obtain this recognition within the official reports of the country. In that sense, we are open to questions that you may have. Yes, I just want to add that all these efforts that were made to conquer spaces together, that's given results. Now we have a different situation compared to some years ago, and this was thanks to this space generated from IICA and from the other cooperation organizations, so that we can address these topics and we can take actions. Yeah, thank you very much, and I'll be willing to answer all your questions today and tomorrow. Thank you, Marcelo. Thank you for all your leadership in this topic of farming. I've seen Marcelo previous to COVID, after the COVID times, making a lot of leadership regarding this topic. Thank you for talking about peace. As Norman Boland mentioned, we can build peace in empty stomachs. Yeah, it was my translation from Spanish. We have a few minutes for so the schedule, everything, and get to a special dinner at night. But I don't know if there are questions for Jason or Marcelo. No questions now. I don't see any question. So let's continue with the next panel. Victor. Thank you, Lloyd. Thank you, analyst. Thank you, Dr. Jason Gonzalo. Claps for them, please. So let's continue with the topic number 4, the management of grazing. For that, we're going to invite to this table to Jose Jauregui from Argentina. Clap for Jose. Jose Martin is a consultant in animal agriculture, doctor in agricultural sciences with specialization in ecophysiology of grazing and a deep knowledge of working of the systems using drones or satellite images for the monitoring of green areas. Also, we invite Mr. Donald Moore. Please, Donald. Claps, please. Donald Moore is executive director of the Global Lactose Platform, or the GDP platform, with headquarters in United States, Chicago. He's the head of the Sustainable Framework, leads initiative Pathways to Dairy Net Zero, and is a member of the director group of the Global Agenda for the Sustainable Farming of the United Nations. As a moderator of this topic number 4, we have Josefina Eisele. Josefina, again with us. Thank you very much. Yes, I give the word to Josefina. Good morning, good afternoon to all of you. Again, here I'm repeating the figure as we say it in Argentina. The topic that we'll talk about, it's about the management of grazing. All this topic within the global topic is talked as a production. We heard as a native positive trend in many forums, and we're going to hear for a lot of time. So I think that grazing soils are important topics, a road for farming in the preservation of soils, and everything that is like a farming system which is well managed and all its benefits for the ecosystem. That's a topic that we're going to see today. We have 2 speakers, Mr. Donald Moore of Global Dairy Platform, also a platform collaborating with a global meat platform. It's important to talk about farming and obtaining more forces because we're going toward the same direction with the sector, the dairy sector. We are collaborating not only in the meat sector that are our members. Also, we have Jose Jauregui, also working member of the Argentinian Table of Sustainable Meat, contributed to many discussion and expert in this topic. So thank you very much for being here today with us. Jose, I give you the word. He'll go to the podium.
Ahora sí, está prendido.
Now it's on.
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here for the invitation. And the idea is to talk about, I have 15 minutes for that. Yeah, let me tell you. So the idea is to talk about management of fodder to increase the farming resilience. We're going to check out what we have with this topic. First of all, I want to show you a screen of different fodder resources because we're not including other represented countries, but you may feel identified. This is in Brazil, Bracarians fodder, Paspalum panicum, fodder that are megathermical. The area of pastizales, where we have a lot of this type of areas, we have areas covered in the Americas in general, in San Martin de los Andes. Probably you may know the south of Argentina. It's a pretty area. If we are located in Peru, in this type of areas of high, we see small animals which has changed. Here we can see the importance of this. And talking about more another regions, the south of Chile, the south of Argentina, with this type of fodder. Yeah, this represents the variety that we have of this type of resources and the importance that they have. We mentioned that 70% of the agro surface in the American continent is occupied with this type of resources, grasslands and fodder. About 20% of the total surface of the region is has these resources. We're talking about that they provide food for over 3,000 million of people regionally, but also nationwide. We mentioned a number of farmers working with agro and with the grasslands. Also, Josefina mentioned something important, which is that they are important source of biodiversity. These fodder resources cover a lot of species. And another fact, which is not paid attention, is how they can regulate these high water cycles. We're going to check if we can cover that. This is a distribution that of the Americas. And also, we always have the elephant in the space when we talk about emissions. We need to be aware if we mention about these topics where we have a lot of relevant. There are fewer, but 50% of the emissions of ethanol emissions belong to this fermentation. Fermentation, which other sources. We also have learned something important, which is the methane. The methane from cows is part of a biogenic cycle. It's a natural cycle, and from the photosynthesis, we can see that this type of oxygens stored in the soil. The cow will issue this methane, but this methane will come back to the cycle, and in a time frame of 12 years, between 80 and 90% of this methane will be released and will recycle in CO2. This is important to put you in perspective and see the importance of resources, of this type of resources, in getting this transformation and this virtuous cycle. Another important thing is the deforestation. We have mentioned something about it. We have improved the situation, but we need to be aware that the best driver of this situation globally is farming, the progress of agro, and this is part of the problem that we are facing as a region. There are a lot of countries where this is becoming, or where this is transforming into a concern, a very big concern. So the question we have here from all of these items is how we build a more resilient and sustainable farming. It's a very tricky question when we talk resilient, but it's about how to how can we get this farming into a friendly trend and also have a different view of us. And the first point that we have here is thinking about the farming business. We have talked about many numbers, we have talked about the economical side, but this business has a few concepts: power, water, nutrients, photosynthesis. All of these are transformed into fodder or grasslands, and from that, when we put a ruminant, when we think about a ruminant, it's an animal which is highly loyal when transforming in digestible products of high valuable products, milk, meat, subproducts. This is the great asset, and this is the summary when we think about what this business is about for any region of the world, not specifically for my region. And a concept that I like comes from is grass skin, the grassland leads. Yeah, I use a literal word. What does it mean? It is that the grass is a center of production, of the farming production. We need to think different products, the health of the soil. We will not address that concept here. We don't have enough time, but as a great concept where everything comes from. If we don't have a soil, we cannot have other items. Also, we have the grasslands, the permanent grasslands, biodiverse, which are productive and resilient, also a high consumption in fodder, not only in quantity, but also quality, the importance of measuring the resource, and the adequate nutrition of the crop. Here we can think that there's no magic without nutrition. Without a good nutrition, the crop will not respond as it should. Also, we should think as we should think about this item about an alley to capture this nitrogen from the air and to bring it to the soil and turn it into a great item in the production. Another asset that we have in the chain, this is for Argentina, but globally, something similar happens. A great part of what the cow uses in the production cycle is grass. When we make comparisons, when we want to put farming as a disadvantage levels, we say that it is not efficient because they use a lot of grains, but we forget to say that they use a lot of grass. And these are some numbers that we obtain where we got to the conclusion that we need 1.3 kilograms of grain to obtain a kilogram of an animal in Argentina. The same situation repeats globally. If you notice this is the incorporation of Latin America and North America, a 50% fresh fodder, that 25% is henna, and all these resources which are not non-digestible products, and only the 10% of grain. Of what the cow is using is fodder. Here we're talking about a 85%, probably they have another resource. This is a great asset. Sometimes we don't communicate. We don't know how to communicate because we don't know how to give it a proper value. And the first important topic about the productive gap, out to bring many concepts that the agro is doing well to the farming. And the first concept is the productive gap, the GL gaps from the English word, where we see the productive gap, the difference between the production and the actual production. This production yields are very high, very elevated. In order to close it, it's essential to close it in order to increase the productivity. We talk about productivity, and this reduces the pressure for more ecosystems to continue working on forests, not where we have some laws that protect. And this productive yields, we're talking about a 50% in this type of systems, of dairy systems. It's more the production is more intensive. If we take a look at this picture, here we can see picture. Here we can see an area which has good nutrition and the other without a good nutrition. The difference here is the fertilization. They receive the same light, the same radiation. They receive the same level of rain, but one of the area uses water better. Hydromass probably will produce more meat and more milk. Probably in the other area will not happen the same. If we take a look at this image, I hope you see it well. In the left side, you can see an area with legumes in order to fix nitrogen. There are also flowers, not only supporting aesthetically, but also it's a source of biodiversity. 30% of this global food depend on these nutrients. If we bring this type of factors, supporting nitrogen, and what I mentioned before, this image is better. Here we can see in the right side a drought. Here you can see alfalfa, and the other side we don't see alfalfa. We can see that some legumes fixing nitrogen, but with a lot of radical roots. They can leave water and can help us that the system is better. This is one of the base of production in Argentina, which is alfalfa and other regions as well from Latin America. importance that this type of species may have. This closing of gap would reduce deforestation. This work is from Brazil. It talks about the reduction, and it is reducing. Actually, they show it with numbers, the level of forestation. We don't need to extend the productive area because where we are producing, if we increase the production, we don't have to extend the territory. We get to include it. This paper said that at 37, 40%, we would be reaching the production of meat that would be demanded by the world to 2040, Brazil as a country. Also, we can issue more gigas of carbon. Here we can see the importance of closing this gap. And here we have the part which is, I really like to talk about. This is the quantity of grass eaten by a milk cow. We're talking about 100 kilos of grass for a cow of 20%. Let's imagine we as human beings would like to eat, but it's very difficult that we eat the 20% of our weight, but the cow can make it. For that, in order to achieve that, this is a challenge, not only a physiological challenge, but also a technical challenge for the one with a responsibility to provide food to the cows, so that at the end, the ruminant can eat everything. And there is a consumption gap. Here we are producing grass, we are producing gap, but at the same time, we are eating few grass. So we're losing an opportunity on how to consume more grass in quality and quantity. And I always insist on this topic. We don't have enough magic. We don't have magic here. Here we have the extension of knowledge, and something was mentioned before. We need to train people working with grass so that they can handle in a right way. This is not just as simple as I mentioned. Probably simple, but it implies to be in the field, to organize workshops. That's what we did before. But this is translated into more consumption, more quality, more production of meat, less emissions, and more production. So it has a positive impact. We have seen that. And here we can see good examples. I will show you some methods for measurement. Here we have an application calibrated, which is Canopeo. We calibrated with other colleagues from the university to define the quantity of grass in a batch. Also, we have satellites, or the grassland measurer, which allows to connect a cell phone and provide biomass data. Also, we have tools that are not expensive because this app is for free. The grassland measure is not free, but we have free applications to start measuring. Many times I am asked, where do we start? With any tool that can be consistent, that we can use it every day. That's a way to start changing the system. And if you have a good example of this, a work where I have the pleasure to participate with the Uruguay percent of the grass crop in Argentina and Uruguay. Also, there were other countries, and these were the first results in 2020. You can see here there are a lot of numbers. When there are a lot of numbers, the audience just get lost. But here you can see the difference obtained in one instance with a 27%, which is in the bottom, increase of consumption of grass, and a 58% of the media. And we didn't use any input, just a grass measurer, a person using this measurer, and with that we increase the consumption to improve the assignation of grass. So again, this is investment in technology, process technology. My presentation, some environmental benefits, all the permanent resources allow the capture of carbon. This is a great asset in our region. Not all the regions in the world have this power. We as a region have an enormous opportunity from these permanent resources, recover the carbon that was lost in the soil, and have this result, get to the original levels of carbon soils with agro two types of rotations. This red line shows the decrease of carbon, and we don't include grass in the cycle, and the green shows where we have the 50 or the 67% of grass in the rotation. Another great concept is that this grasslands and fodders get better with ruminants. We're talking about removing the ruminants from these grasslands, but this generates a contrary result. Here we have a paper which is excellent from Brazil, Argentina, the south of Brazil, where they remove the animals and it reduces not only the biomass of root, less capture of carbon, but the depth, and it impeded or prevented to capture this carbon. And the regulation of water cycles. Here you can see a grease area with breathing, working to mitigate this excess. And then we have another area where we don't have a crop, probably one crop at a year, and how it affects the water cycles. We have a lot of publication in this regard. Here you can see some of them showing that this permanent resources breathing, consuming water, and it helps to reduce the incidence of floods. I just finished with the conclusions. I thought that I was going to take more time, but just 2 more minutes. Conclusions. These grasslands and fodders are essential resources to sustain the farming production. Nobody imagines, perhaps sometimes you may think a bad character, but it's not. Nobody imagines the farming production without grasslands. It's an essential resource. These are biodiverse ecosystems and allow to generate economical, social, environmental benefits. We talk about the social factor, but it has a cultural factor as well, because the grasslands have a cultural factor. Also, it can be part of a virtual circle of recycling. This is a very important topic, and artificially we have separated the cycles and we have to join them together. Get the cutbacks to this type of eco-sources can be part of the solution. We need to close the productive gaps that will allow to sustain the future demand of meat and milk, and the extension. Some keys are the extension of the health of the soil, the inclusion of legumes, and the nutrition, proper nutrition. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, José. Creo que fue muy claro.
Thank you so much, Jose. This was very clear. I like messages like this. The grassland is in charge as the conversation began. I guess today's meeting, what is important is for everybody to walk away with clear messages, and we talked about this. But when we had the talks, for me, it's always good to go over what felt important in this case. Grassland is in charge is important because grasslands do in fact prosper with the ruminant animals. So we thought that we had to eliminate livestock to recover degraded areas, but actually it's the other way around. And the important part here is the extension. And again, in our Latin America, the large portion of animals eat grass, so we have to salvage this and protect it as much as possible, and have policies that protect this and greater projects to make this happen. We are now going to move on to our second speaker, Donald Moore from the Global Platform. The floor is yours.
Well, Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, to me today, and good afternoon to everyone. And a special thank you to the government of Peru, as well as the leadership of IICA for the invitation to come and speak to you today. And I'd like to also thank my fellow panelists, and in particular Jose, for such a good explanation of the scientific importance that sits behind the role of livestock agriculture. Executive Director of an organization called the Global Dairy Platform, and at GDP our mission is to support science-based sustainable livestock systems through initiatives like Pathways to Dairy Net Zero and the Dairy Sustainability Framework, where we track, monitor and report on sustainability performance of dairy in over 50% of the dairying that goes on around the world. So why are we focusing on pasture today? Well, because pasture is not just about producing meat or milk. Pasture management is central to nutrition, environmental sustainability, rural livelihoods, and climate resilience. The decisions that we choose to make about how we manage grasslands ripple outward, shaping food security, ecosystem services, community well-being across the Americas and around the world. Let's start with the foundation of pasture, the soil. Whatever crop we grow, whether it's maize, alfalfa, or pasture itself, success begins below the surface. Healthy soils cycle nutrients. They hold water. From that base, well-managed pasture delivers for animals, farmers, and society. As mentioned in the draft declaration, globally, 2/3 of the world's agricultural land is permanent pasture, meadow, or savanna. This is an inconvenient truth for some of the organizations that want to see livestock agriculture removed from the equation, because the way that 2/3 of the world's agricultural land participates in the food system is the grazing of livestock. Take them out of the equation, you cannot plow that land up and plant something else. You will release more carbon into the atmosphere. Take them out of the equation, we cannot feed a growing world population. Now, in the Americas, these lands, these permanent pasture, meadow, savanna, they stretch from the pampas of Argentina and Uruguay to the Brazilian Cerrado and Caatinga, to the Llanos of Colombia and Venezuela. And I apologize if I have messed up the pronunciation of any of those components. Mr. Day is laughing at me, which is not unusual. These grasslands represent the greatest resource that we have for turning non-human edible plants into nutrient-dense foods. So what does the science and the case studies tell us? We've heard a lot about the science from Jose. I want to share a couple of case studies with you. In Uruguay and southern Brazil, rotational grazing systems have doubled the carrying capacity compared with continuous grazing by also supporting biodiversity. A recent study across 40 different ranches in Uruguay found rotational systems supported richer vegetation and grazing management and conservation can coexist and align. In Colombia and Costa Rica, silvopastoral systems, now those are systems that integrate trees and shrubs with grassland, not only increase milk yields, but also provided shade, improve welfare, and store significant amounts of carbon. There is a program called the Regional Integration of Silvopastoral Ecosystem Management Project. It's otherwise known as RISE-MP, and it runs across Colombia, Costa Rica, and Nicaragua. And in that project, farmers were receiving payments for ecosystem services. And after years of that program, biodiversity indicators continued to improve while productivity across those systems stabilized. And while in northeastern Brazil, in Caatinga, here farmers face frequent droughts. Cactus and legumes are a lifeline. By banking feed during good years, they prevent overgrazing during dry years and ensure that the animals survive without costly importations of feed. These examples demonstrate a key principle, flexibility. Agriculture is the first industry to face the impacts of climate change. That's why designing flexible systems, systems that adapt and help farmers plan ahead, is so critical. Well, science gives us a toolbox of or adaptive multi-paddock grazing, mixed species, swards, use of legumes, deep-rooted forages, the integrations of trees, etc., through silvopastoral system, which I think Jose covered quite nicely in his presentation. But some case study examples. In Costa Rica, silvopastoral systems have reduced greenhouse gas intensity while increasing productivity and providing shade for cattle. In Colombia, farmers using silvopastoral systems have seen higher milk yields, better soil health, and improved biodiversity. Technology and innovation are also amplifying these practices. For example, in Sao Paulo state in Brazil, satellite imagery is being used to track pasture biomass and canopy height, guiding stocking decisions in integrated crop livestock systems. This is a practical application of remote sensing science directly to farm management. At the animal level, changes in body temperature and water intake, signaling illnesses a day before visible symptoms appear. I recently visited a farm where a cow was immediately treated thanks to bolus data, And that was probably days before a farmer himself would have noticed that the cow was suffering. And so it helped reduce milk loss, but possibly more importantly, improve animal health and welfare. But accessibility matters, and I think this is actually key. These tools that we have available, they require connectivity, investment, and training. For smallholders, technology must be paired with extension services and cooperative structures that translate complex data into actionable advice. Otherwise, the risk is that innovation will simply widen the gap instead of closing it. Economically, well-managed pasture lowers feed costs and stabilizes income. In Colombia, silvopastoral farmers not only improved milk yields, but also diversified their income through timber and fruits. And as I mentioned before, in the semi-arid area in Brazil, cactus-based systems have reduced dependence on purchased feeds by up to 30%, freeing farmers' income for education and healthcare and other services to their family. Environmentally rich pastures rich in organic matter retain water and buffer against droughts, a crucial form of climate adaptation. But let me stress, if pastures are poorly managed, the opposite happens. Productivity falls, finishing times lengthen, and emissions rise. This is why management and extension support are critical to capture both profit and climate benefits. So what do farmers need from policymakers and from those of us sitting in the room here today? Well, first and foremost, I believe they need extension services. In Costa Rica, extension programs that promote silvopastoral systems have delivered lasting results. Farmers gain knowledge and confidence to adapt beyond the project period. But extension services should not only focus on one system, but on designing farming businesses around the climate, the geography, the markets, and the soil conditions at a local level. We also have to help farmers by de-risking change. Farmers often lack spare capital. Risk-sharing tools such as insurance for forage crops, concessional finance, cooperative risk pools can give them the confidence that they need to innovate and invest in new technologies. And we also need investment in infrastructure. Water systems, fencing, and rural connectivity are essential for efficient grazing. They're not luxuries. These are prerequisites for science-based management. We also need to have supply chain alignment. Small changes can make big differences. For example, allowing more flexible milk collection schedules can reduce transport costs and increase farm gate prices. Cooperatives and processors that act with a cooperative mindset strengthen farmer confidence to invest in sustainability practices. And lastly, climate integration, including soil carbon sequestration and animal health in we have evidence from Colombia and Costa Rica that shows that the integration of silvopastoral systems can deliver on both of those. So let's talk for a moment about the declaration that's sitting in front of you. The declaration already recognizes the importance of pasture, but my recommendation is that it needs to further emphasize a number of areas. Soil health, in particular, as the base of pasture productivity and resilience is important. We also need to recognize that scaling of science-based grazing systems that enhance both productivity and ecosystem services is crucial. We need support for silvopastoral, but also other context-specific systems, acknowledging the diversity across climates and different farm scales. And we also need regional knowledge networks to ensure lessons from the Pampas, the Andes, and the Andes, etc., are shared and adapted across the region. This is not about one silver bullet. It's about flexibility, evidence, and farmer-centered support. So let me close now, but in closing, let me leave you with a couple of thoughts. Healthy pastures mean healthy animals. Healthy animals mean healthy people and a healthy planet. The choices that we make today about grazing lands are going to shape the legacy we leave for future generations. And remember, all farmers are livestock farmers. It just depends on whether you look above, under the ground. Both require targeted science-based management. I thank you very much for your time.
Ahora tenemos unos minutos para unas preguntas.
Well, now we have a few minutes for some questions, but before we move on to that, I would like, and I'm going to do this in English, Donald.
Before this panel, we had a discussion during the break about the importance of this COP, of having a message, of taking this minister declaration, and you said the important is the action to act now. Can you please give us a little more insight of why do you think it's a good moment to really take our message? You've been through many COPs, and this is a COP that is in Brazil, in a country where we have the opportunity to show the good practice also. So also I think it's important that we give that clear message.
Yeah, thank you. I've been going to COP for a number of years now, as you point out. I think I had hair when I first started going to COP, and I'm not entirely convinced that the loss of hair is age-related as opposed to COP-related. I think in the last 3 or 4 years, we've seen a distinct change in the attitude at some of the COP meetings. Maybe it's happening up here at the sort of the jet stream level. It maybe hasn't reached everyone at ground level yet. But we've seen a more positive attitude start to be displayed towards the role of animal source sector in particular. And I think, 2 years ago now, when we saw the declaration signed in Dubai, yeah, thank you, Lloyd. I've got Lloyd here as my memory for these things, but the declaration signed in Dubai, I think, was a really important moment. Imagine this: you're at a meeting with 100,000 of your closest friends, and they start to talk about the need to make sure that before we address the reductions in emissions, we need to make sure that we are feeding the planet in a way that is sustainable. And so they started to bring in more language around, the need for nutritional security, the need for us to address that while also addressing climate change. And in the next COP, we saw a continuation of that, and I'm hoping that we will see that in Brazil again this year. And I just further reiterate, there is something about the livestock sector, and Jose covered it beautifully as well. In livestock, we're converting inedible plant-based organic matter into human edible nutrition. And the human edible nutrition you get is the highest quality possible, the highest quality proteins, as Nick Gardner mentioned earlier today. All of those bioavailable amino acids and other nutrients that come from animal source foods that you cannot get from plant-based foods without a significant investment in increased dietary costs. So yeah, I think we're in a really useful place at the moment, Josefina.
Thank you, Donald. And Jose, una pregunta tal vez,
Jose, a question. How do you think the public sector could, through this extension investment and regulation program, accelerate the implementation of best practices for the management of grasslands and intensive management?
Wasn't too hard. Bueno, una buena pregunta.
Well, this is a good question, and I think that there are some programs, for example, Frontagro,
que colaboró para lograr,
which at a certain point collaborated to achieve this objective. And I think that right now each country has its own institute. In Tanzania, CABA has its own institute, and I think this is where we can start making the first steps. These institutes are put together.
cada país tendrá que
Perhaps what we're missing is CABA should develop it a bit more, but we could think about how we can adapt this, because handling grasslands, well, it's an art. When you talk about grassland handling, you think it's one recipe, but actually, far from it being a recipe, there are a set of principles. So each country has to adapt these principles for different regions. But I think that there is a starting point there, which would be our research institutes that already have a long trajectory, which they can use for field work and perhaps start to making this more systematic, because the feeling that I get, and perhaps we have talked about this at a certain point, is that I've been saying the same thing for 12 years. And I feel that, I mean, I love to say the same thing, but at a certain point I feel like we are always at the starting point. The issue of grass consumption is still a central topic, and we still haven't dealt with it as fast as we should. And at the same time, all this other types of pressure comes in where we have to do more with less. We cannot move along with certain territories, which makes sense. So I think that the needs of UDR, EUDR as well, the needs starts to be more urgent. And well, I mean, we are in the right conditions. We have good information. There's great information that's been generated in each one of the countries to sort of give this push. We just have to make it systematic and convince. Maybe we should convince ourselves of the importance that grasslands have for our resources, for our livestock systems, which I think also is something that we have not fully understood in terms of the magnitude and the importance that it has. Thank you so much. Now I would like to open the floor to a couple of questions, first for the ministers, and if not, from the audience. Yes, go ahead, Guatemala. Thank you so much, and thank you for the conference. Congratulations. Honestly, what I wanted to know is whether or not this has been considered, and if this has been system called Keyline could be considered in water management, rainwater and soil groundwater management that has been used for many years in Australia and other countries such as Colombia, etc. And Guatemala is transitioning towards that, not just in livestock, but also in crops, because one of the big criticisms that has been offered by these environmentalists and such is the use of water in livestock. So with these systems, it could be one or the other, which likely has already been used, but it also reduces this argument. So that's the first one. And the second one is to invite so that we can also share more of this science-based information and management, because there is a lot of misinformation, and the public is looking for, the consumers are looking for alternatives in which they know that they are not part of the problem, but rather they are the heart of the solution, which is the agriculture, grasslands, and livestock. And they also help us with food systems because in all the countries. So thank you so much. Thank you. A little comment. It's not that I am well acquainted with this production method that you mentioned. I mean, yeah, that's great. I don't know of this, but I would like to make an observation about the hydric footprint, which I think is relevant. The comparisons are pretty absurd. The comparisons of hydric footprint and livestock are absurd because more than 90% of the hydric footprint that kilo of meat has is green water. Green water is water. I mean, there are three types of water according to WWF, the Water Footprint Network. Green water, blue water, and gray water. Blue water is irrigation water from an aquifer, something that we're using to irrigate or feed the animal. Gray water is contamination, and green water is rainwater. Now, when we count the rainwater, it makes no sense because that water from the rain is going to be consumed by the grassland regardless of whether the cow is there. This is the first concept that is erroneous from its core. So if I remove the cow, the water will still fall into the grassland. It's going to transpire. It's going to transform into biomass, and it's going to be set fire when there's no biomass and no cow to eat it. So there's a first conceptual error that is resolved with another. I don't want to get too technical, with another water footprint, which is the life cycle assessment. When that water footprint of the life cycle assessment is done, the differences are tiny. In fact, that there are many agricultural production sectors, for example, wheat, irrigation wheat, that have a greater water footprint than cow livestock has in typical grassland feed with no irrigation. So this is, we're going back to an issue of communication because the science is there. but we are talking about hundreds of thousands of liters of water that the cow consumes per kilo of meat that we eat at some point in our lives. So I think we need to start, well, a lot of it has to do with miscommunication. And that's a small parenthesis that I'm opening in regards to the water. But the interesting thing is, of course, if we can optimize the use of water, especially in regions that are more arid or semi-arid, where we can engage other resources and irrigation, that's fantastic. But I just wanted to cast a shade of doubt on these assumptions. Thank you so much. I don't know if there's any other question before we close out this panel. Perhaps somebody from the audience, if you wish, you can ask a question. Maybe a clarification for the Minister of Guatemala. The purpose of this event and also the message or the declaration is to give you something very brief and very effective for the press, for all the attacks that you are going to receive this year against livestock, something brief, coherent, that we can use in the press, in the responses to the attacks that we're going to receive against livestock, and that we can defend in an effective way that can appear in an article of, let's say, 200, 300 words that has impactful things for the general consumers of this information, where we all can be united and say livestock is important for the Americas in the 3 pillars of sustainability. Thank you, Lloyd. Yes, I think the issue of communication and that this communication needs to be formal and crystallized in this declaration is important from science, from government, from each of these spaces. We have to work on better communication to avoid errors in decision making that are both political as well as judging certain sectors without having all the information. This is important. Well, if there are no further questions, no further doubts, then we can close out this panel. I think we have one more panel left, so let's pay a bit more attention. Thank you all so much.
Muchas gracias, Josefina. Muchas gracias al panel.
Thank you, the panel. Thank you, Josefina.
En este momento,
Right now, we invite you to go to a 15-minute break, and then we will come back with the last panel of this afternoon, please. We will see you in 15 minutes. Quarter to 4. So 3:45. We'll see you back here. Thank you so much.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Session. Please take your seats to start the last module of this afternoon.
Gracias.
Thank
Bien.
Well,
El último tema, o
the
último
last
módulo,
topic or the last module, number 5, it's about the importance of the cattle health.
para este tema,
For this topic, we have two speakers.
el señor
Mr. Karel Sarvas.
aplausos para él, por favor.
Claps for him, please.
El señor Sarvás se incorporó a
He incorporated to health animals in 2014 after occupying the position of the Europe Bio Director. He worked in different providing consultancy services to the feeding, chemical, nanotechnological, and biotechnological areas.
Y nuestra segunda expositora
The second speaker
es la doctora
is
Sheila
Dr. Elanco Animal Health.
La doctora Craig
She has
tiene una
an
extensa
extensive
trayectoria en programación ganadera,
experience in farming, programming, process improvement, vet research, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which provides a vision of protecting and health the marginal communities through around the world through public policies and human assistance. The moderator will be Mr. Joris Friaca from IICA.
Él es especialista
He's an international specialist of the Hemisphere Program of Agro Sanitation, Safety, and Agroquality. He's a vet doctor with a master's degree and postgraduate degree in animal health. Also, he's an specialist and coordinator of the Sustainable Farming Network. Also, he's a representative of Punto Focal of Projects for the North region. Thank you very much, Horace. The table is yours. Thank you for the presentation. Health to the ministers, to the representatives of each country, to the directors, and to our panelists as well. This panel is about a very important topic, one of the pillars, so the main pillars for any farming productive sustainable system, which is the animal health. Here, which adds relevance to the topic is that this topic in our region is under the responsibility and competence of the ministries of agriculture. That's why we insist in the agenda of this forum for further discussion and also in the draft of the board of the region. Please, to all the speakers, receive my regards. Today we have with us Dr. China Craig, vet physician with a master's degree in public research, and also the director for international governmental affairs of the Elanco Animal Health, one of the giants of the sector in vet products, animal health globally. Also, Mr. Karel Sarvas. He is the director, executive director of Health for Animals, an association of the vet products sectors representing the 10 biggest companies in the sector. We're going to start with the presentation of Ms. Shana Craig. Tiene la palabra.
All right. Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for having me. As Horace stated, my name is Dr. Shana Craig, and I am here with Elenco Animal Health, where my role with the company is Director of International Government Affairs. And so I'm very excited to be participating in this panel beside my colleague Carl here. In this topic of livestock health, as a veterinarian, this is a topic that is very important to me. And so for today, before we jump into questions, Carl and I, we will be going over a few of these topics noted here. So for today, I'll be talking about some of the livestock disease trends that we see globally, as well as within the Americas. I'll also be talking about One Health and then sustainability as it relates to animal health. And then I'll talk about some of the industry solutions that are there to help improve animal health. Carl will be talking about how some of these disease trends and animal health outbreaks impacts trade, improving public-private cooperation, and then some of the investments in animal health. And so just for context, for anyone who is not aware of Elenco, we are a global animal health company. We provide services and medicines that help improve pet health, as well as enable farmers to raise healthier livestock more sustainably. We do have a very diverse global portfolio. We cover 5 core species. That includes companion animals, as well as cattle, swine, and poultry. And we have a very large blueprint. We operate in over 90 countries, including within South America and Central America. And so as you can see here, the importance of improving animal health globally is a core mission for Elenco, because we understand the importance of animal health as it relates to food systems as well as to local economies. And so to start the presentation, I really wanted to provide this context because it's very important. And that is that the livestock sector, it provides more than 1/3 of the world's global protein supply. And so if we just look at Latin America and the Caribbean alone, they supply about 23% of global beef production, as well as buffalo meat production, and close to 21% of global poultry production. And then just not even talking about nutrition. Another very important thing to speak on is that globally, 1 in 5 people depend on livestock for income and the importance of livestock health. We need to understand that this is important in the context for food security, as well as supporting local economies. And so here you'll see on this slide that probably over the last 2 decades, we have seen an increase in the growing the global protein demand. And a lot of this is due to increase in population growth, right? We know that there are more people on the planet, and that is going to lead in an increase in need for protein. And so here you will see a few statistics, starting with just poultry production. Since about 2006, this has increased by 60%. If we look at the pork sector, that has increased by 22%. And then if we look at global beef production, that has increased 10% since 2006. And so again, these trends, they are expected to continue to rise. And so when we talk about livestock health, it is critical if we want to meet these demands. But this statistic here, it comes from the World Organization of Animal Health, and it indicates that 20% of livestock are lost to disease every year. And a lot of these losses, they can be prevented with existing vaccines or medicines. And so if we take parasites, for example, Health for Animals actually had a report that was recently released. And it showed that globally, most cattle systems are impacted by parasites. And when I talk about parasites, I think about intestinal worms, liver flukes, as well as ticks and tick-borne diseases. And in the context of these parasites, they lead to a loss of productivity and a loss of income for those farmers. Within that report that was released by Health for Animals, they gave an example for Brazil. And for Brazil alone, it indicated that there's a loss of around $14 billion annually just from parasite infestation within cattle systems. And we know that globally, there is not a decrease in animal diseases that are out there. One of the first ones that I wanted to talk about today is New World Screwworm. And just for context, New World Screwworm is a disease that is caused by the larvae of the New World Screwworm fly. And this larvae, it feeds on the living tissue of warm-blooded mammals. And this is a very devastating disease. It leads to a lot of suffering for the animal, a lot of productivity loss from that animal, as well as death. And so in 2023, we saw this disease reemerge in Panama. And at that time, there were about 25 cases a year. And now we're seeing close to 7,000 cases a year in the region. And it has now been detected across Central America as well as in Mexico. And it's important to note that prior to 2023, Panama actually served as the barrier for introduction for this disease from entering Central America and Mexico. But since then, there's been close to 50,000 cases. Another example I wanted to talk about is fever. Now, this is another devastating disease. It impacts both domestic pigs as well as wild boars. And it's devastating because the mortality rate is close to 100%. And what this map indicates is the start of 2014 until now. And back in 2014, this disease, genotype 2, was introduced in Europe. And since then, it has spread rapidly across Southeast Asia. It is endemic in parts of Africa. But back in 2021, it actually reemerged back within the Americas. Now, it's important to note that African swine fever had been eradicated from the Americas about 40 years ago. But in 2021, it was reintroduced in Haiti and the Dominican Republic. And since then, it has resulted in huge losses to the pig sector globally. And one of the last diseases I wanted to talk about is highly pathogenic avian influenza, also known as bird flu. Now, this map indicates the start of the 2022 outbreak for the H5N1 serotype. And prior to this outbreak, high path was kind of considered seasonal. You could kind of track it based on wild bird migration, things of that nature. But if anything, this outbreak has shown that this disease is no longer just a seasonal or regional concern. It has spread rapidly worldwide, impacting almost every continent outside of Australia. But I did highlight Australia here because there was a human case that was noted back in 2024. Another important piece for high path is that it has been infecting new species of wild birds, been devastating to the poultry sector, has been seen in livestock in the United States. We've had cases in dairy cattle. We see cases in companion animals as well as humans, right? This is a zoonotic disease. And so I wanted to highlight these three diseases specifically because they have had, again, devastation globally, but within the Americas as well. But there are a lot of other livestock diseases out there that I just don't have time to cover. But from those examples, what I really want to note is that when we think about livestock diseases, it's not just the disease. It is the socioeconomic shock that results from these diseases. And so if you have African swine fever, bird flu, New World Screwworm in your region, it's not just death from livestock or productivity losses from those livestock. You have to think about the impact that it has on the farmers and the producers and the loss of income that results and how that's going to affect the economy as well as the GDP. You have to think about the trade impacts, and Carl's going to talk about that in a few. But a lot of times when these diseases are in the region, you're no longer able to trade animals or animal commodities. You have to think about the society pressures that you have, right? Consumers are going to be concerned about if, the food is safe to eat. And then the impact and the pressures that that's going to put on the government. And so again, when we think about animal health and the impact of these diseases, we have to think about it in that context. And then of course, the impact that it can have on human health and then the One Health concept. And this concept is basically states that healthy animals impacts human health and environmental health, right? All of these are interconnected. And on the slide, these are just some of the impacts that animal diseases have on humans. And this data is also from the World Organization of Animal Health. But I think a very important piece within the One Health framework is the environment, right? We've had a lot of conversations today regarding sustainability and just the impacts on livestock and sustainability. But when we talk about sustainability, we also have to think about it in the context of animal health, because we know that improved animal health is a direct path to sustainability. Data shows that improved animal health, it reduces livestock emissions. We know that there are feed additives that have been proven and shown to reduce methane, which is a very important greenhouse gas emission. And we know that increasing global vaccination rates can improve productivity. Another statistic here is you'll see that reducing foot and mouth disease globally, that can also cut emissions. And so just to highlight some of the industry solutions that are out there, I started the presentation talking about the impact of parasites, for example. There are parasiticides that our company, as well as others in the industry, we have that helps to prevent that. When we think about vaccines, history data has shown us that when it comes to eradicating a lot of these important livestock diseases, such as rinderpest or controlling foot and mouth disease, vaccines are going to be a very necessary tool for that. Antibiotics and the responsible use of antibiotics in livestock, that helps to treat infections. And then, of course, to highlight the nutrition and feed aspect of it. As I said, there are feed additives that are known to reduce emissions. And these are tools in the toolbox that can be utilized. And so before I pass it over to Carl, one of the things, and if you don't remember anything else from my presentation, I want you to remember this. Healthy animals, that is what leads to a sustainable future. We in animal health, because that is what's going to drive productivity, that's what's going to drive profitability, and that is what's going to lead to sustainability. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Shana. Thanks for sharing your perspective, and thanks for the overview on disease status and the contributions of the sector for the animal health globally and in the Americas. Carol, you have the floor.
So how do you follow a presentation like that? I should have gone first. So my name is Carl Dumas-Chisavas. I represent Health for Animals, as was said. Health for Animals, there you go. Health for Animals represents the top 10 largest companies globally producing animal health products. It's all the products that Shana mentioned there. And I've put them there in the order of size of the market overall globally. We also represent about 26 associations around the world, which represent 150 smaller companies. And we operate in probably about 140 countries around the world, including all countries, IICA countries, if I can call them that. We represent about 85% of the global producers of these products. So I'm going to talk about a few things, but I'll start with trade. So just to put it into context, if you look in 2035, what will we be consuming on this earth? What in terms of animal health products? It's going to be an estimated 22% increase of animal products that we're going to be consuming. And you can differ about what that will be, but these are the estimates of which types of products. So increases in egg, milk, dairy, poultry, beef, and pork, just to give some indications. Many of these products will be traded products, so they will be imported or exported from some place or another. A little bit more context. These are global meat revenues. I didn't do dairy because I knew the dairy folks were speaking earlier today, but these are global meat revenues. Processed and fresh making up the most of it. Again, you'll see that runs to 2028, if you can't see the chart, showing very simply that there's going to be a continued increase in global meat production and consumption. And more and more of this will be traded globally. So trade of of these products will become more and more important. Let me say something about this region. So this is a graph I found in the FAO yearbook, which is just produced, and it shows food net trade by region. The top, and the colors are a bit similar, but the top one, that one, represents the Americas, and it shows that basically, if you net trade is imports minus exports, or exports minus imports. It shows that the Americas are the fastest growing and the largest and fastest growing export region. It's my opinion and FAO's opinion that is only going to increase. So that means that whatever comes out of this, the Americas will have to meet all of those global trading requirements, which we talked about. But there are real barriers there. And I'm going to talk about two specific barriers which exist. Barriers which slow down exports, which limit exports, which can be very problematic. I'm going to talk about vaccination and then later antibiotics. So let me say a few things about vaccination. So despite vaccines being available for many products, for many diseases, excuse me, some countries stop meat imports from vaccinating nations due to perceived biosecurity risks. Even though the vaccines are safe, the produce of those animals are safe, they stop or limit the import into their country because they are scared of a biosecurity risk or a disease coming into their country. And even produce from unvaccinated animals in these countries is sometimes not allowed, again, for fear of importing a disease. As Shana showed in those maps, diseases are spreading incredibly rapidly and will continue to spread even more rapidly in the future. But they're not spreading through the export of vaccinated produce. They're spreading through the natural process of the birds flying birds, animals moving in the case of the screwworm, and of climate change. And the problem with that, it's a situation where it is culling and not vaccinating is preferred to actually preventing disease. And that's really problematic. We see that situation in many different disease types, and in the question and answers, we can go into that. And the consequence of this is that even though protection is available through prevention mechanisms like vaccination, there will be more outbreaks, there will be more animal suffering, there will be more emissions, and there will be more farmer losses. Every country has been exposed to large outbreaks of some disease or another, and many of the solutions exist. Apply existing rules which are created at the World Organization for Animal Health and are adopted as WTO standards. The second solution is a new one. The second solution I'm proposing and other groups are proposing and working on is to have a much more intensive systematic dialogue between top trading nations on vaccination, what they accept, what type of monitoring, what type of surveillance is possible. And we know that the World Organization for Animal Health is starting to implement this type of thinking. Discussion fora where countries and governments can sit and talk about what works for them, under what conditions produce can be traded, using which vaccines, which diagnostics, etc. The third solution is to implement the United Nations Declaration, which was agreed in September 2024. Every nation on the world, every nation in the Americas signed this plan. The plan basically says, this declaration, that every country will design a full vaccination plan for their animals by 2030, financed, and it also says that they will invest in animal health. I'm going to come to the investment point later. So a second trade barrier relates to antibiotics. Some regions are dictating or would like to be dictating which antibiotics other nations should or should not be using. But they don't take into account considerations like local disease situations or the veterinary availability or any other local condition. It's inappropriate for one continent or one region to tell another region what to do. It's unscientific and it limits trade. This could block exports, could increase animal suffering, and it could, again, lower outputs. And the solutions are very simple. Apply agreed science-based approaches, which respect the national right for governments to determine the appropriate veterinary approach. That's a national right, and that should be respected. And the second part of that solution to overcome this trade barrier is to recognize the rules made in international fora like Codex and WOA and WTO. And thirdly, it's important, and I would encourage this region to engage bilaterally also to point to the need for a scientific basis for any policy making. So let me move on from trade to public-private cooperation. So our industry very strongly supports public-private cooperation for the simple reason that we are heavily regulated. All of our products go through regulatory processes in all of your countries. And so we want strong, good, forward-looking policies, and we need them. I'm going to propose two areas for cooperation and improvement for public-private cooperation. Firstly, regulatory processes. Regulatory processes are unfortunately underfunded often, not always, and not in every country, but underfunded, and sometimes they're still inefficient. There are newer and better animal health products available in some markets, which go through the same processes many years earlier in some markets than in other markets, simply because the regulatory processes in some markets don't work as well as they should. And that's not fair for local farmers. Why would country A assess a product and take 4 years longer than country B for the same product? That's not fair to the farmers in country B. And it actually is a big disadvantage to them. So efficient and well-running regulatory processes for approvals are really important to make sure farmers have a fair competitive edge. And so the is to reform and accelerate national regulatory systems. In some countries, this is happening as we speak, and in the Americas, and in some countries, it still has to happen. More investment. The other recommended action is that you have some wonderful tools here in the Americas. You have CAMAVET. CAMAVET met in this city in October last year, 270 veterinarians from around the Americas to talk about regional cooperation in veterinary systems, veterinary approaches, and veterinary regulatory systems. The other recommendation on working closely is work with WOA. WOA is a great fan of animal health. It's a great fan of animals. It's a great fan of trade and animal production. And work with VSEH, which is a global cooperation mechanism between regulatory authorities. The second recommendation that I would like to make in terms of public-private cooperation is basically, well, it comes down to offering our services. Our sector has about 100,000 experts globally in animal health, animal diseases. We are there for you, but we would like to have, and we are offering our expertise and our inputs, we would like to have more systematic and structural dialogue with governments to see how we can help. What systems, what approaches would work in which country for which disease. And so the recommendation, the action that might be thought about is to have to set up a much more systematic approach to working together on vaccination and animal health in general. And then let me turn, with 3 minutes to go, I'm going to stay on time, Mr. Chair, don't worry, to the last theme that I want to talk about, which is investment in animal health. So I'm going to just give some examples of animal health, the costs of animal disease. We have produced a report, and I'm going to give you all the resources in the last slide, which calculated that foot and mouth disease prevention costs about 21 billion a year. Billion per year. It's probably more than that. The outbreak in Germany, which was a very small outbreak last summer, I believe, the spring, cost the German government over 20 billion just alone to fight that. It was a tiny outbreak. Another example is from Argentina. Controlling for a certain parasitical disease led to a 19 to 60% decrease in emissions from the production of those animals in Argentina. The US, there's a disease called PRRS, porcine reproductive and respiratory syndrome virus. Costs about 664 million a year, probably more, to prevent. These are, the impact of that is about that amount. And one more from this, from the Americas. From Mexico, there was an outbreak, and this is the earlier outbreak of avian influenza in 2012, excuse me, led to an 82% increase in egg prices. And we know that the recent outbreaks have led to even higher impacts in egg prices. One more. For each 1% per point reduction of losses, so if you can reduce losses of animals by 1%, producer revenue would increase by these amounts. So dairy, beef, poultry, pigs. These are calculations made by analysts. And again, I am going to provide you with all the references to these reports. Every country can make these analyses. A small investment in prevention gives a huge return in revenues. Last point about investment. So we know there is significant underfunding. Even in the richer countries, there is underfunding of animal health. Partly that's kind of built into the system, unfortunately. But there are, opportunities to fund better, but more importantly, make smarter interventions into disease prevention. But what I'd like to say now is about a new report we're releasing today. And this is a new report where we have analyzed global finance in animal health. And I'll give you some numbers. 40% livestock represents 40% of global agricultural input. 40% of global agricultural input is livestock. FAO calculates that it's about 12% of global emissions. Only 0.1% of climate finance goes to livestock. 0.1% goes to climate livestock production. But even worse, it's less than 0.01% of global climate finance goes to improving livestock health. So we see this sector with huge potential for returns, which huge socioeconomic importance for many countries, and this vast underinvestment. That's something to resolve. That was my last slide, or this is my last slide, I should say, second to last slide. All of the things I mentioned are in reports. I assume these presentations are going to be shared, so I've put the links in there. There's a lot of data in there. One report I didn't talk about is the one at the bottom. It's called Integrating Animal Health into Nationally Determined Contributions. It's a guide on how to integrate animal health into your nationally determined contributions for emissions. It's a very comprehensive guide. I would recommend to have a look at that. And the last one, which I'm going to wave around because I'm very proud of it, and it's available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese, yes. Healthy Herds for Sustainable Production. It's a joint publication we've produced with the Global Roundtable Sustainable Beef. Contains many, many case studies from this region as well on the three aspects of sustainability. With that, I'd like to thank you. That's my last slide. 1 minute over. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very Thank you very much, Carol, for sharing your perspective as well. More than a great overview of the sector's contribution, it was an outstanding outlook on the sector's challenges and opportunities. Com eso,
With that, I would give the floor to our representatives of the nations and verify whether you have any questions, comments on the presentations. I see Uruguay initially with their hand raised, followed by Mexico. Uruguay, you have the floor. Thank you. The question basically is the issue of cradles and inputs. Well, you didn't mention the inputs. I don't know if that is part of the topic, but it is something that we specifically, the small producers and the family producers, this is something that we think about a lot, the use of inputs, and we have the difficulty of these inputs to be able to use them in the cattle production. The difficulty is in the fact that we do not find a way to register them and demand of them the same thing that we request um, of the thoracic ones, because their logic is different. The idea is that health is something that can bring us closer, because apparently, as we cannot prove this, we have not been able to prove this scientifically in the field, since we don't have residue and all that. It would be more useful for us to have the specific therapeutic use, which sometimes because of misuse, the wait time is not respected, and so they leave residue that make production more complicated.
No, thank you for that. That is a very specific concern, and I think it's probably a concern across a lot of different regions, especially when talking about kind of the small producer groups. That I think is a conversation that it's not just the private sector industry conversation, right? It's a conversation that we need to have within the regulatory systems, as well as other government authorities, to really find a good solution for that and what a good pathway would look like for that. I will say, as Carl noted in his presentation, when it comes to a lot of the products and the products that we utilize, within industry, but again, kind of that regulatory piece and what that looks like as it relates to withdrawal time, certain claims, things of that nature. And so I think probably a solution to that would be kind of having these conversations in the context of the region, the problem within the region, and with the regulatory bodies. So kind of that private public partnership piece to it. But Carl, did you want to add anything as well?
We are always there. We're always here to talk, to resolve problems. Companies, industry groups, probably more useful in this case to talk to the companies. And so I mean, we always manage a way. We're there. We're ready to talk, to engage on any issues or questions, and I think that's what Alanko is saying as well.
Gracias, Uruguay. Gracias, nuestro.
Thank you, Uruguay. I want to thank our panelists for the explanation. And now I would give the floor to Mexico for their question. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone for these excellent presentations. I would just like to comment. A topic of priority for my country is fighting and containing the worm that attacks cattle, as it was commented here. And because my country is the 11th producer of food and 10th world producer of primary livestock and the 6th producer in the world of animal protein, which contributes to food safety and world peace, as it was commented here. In this sense, we consider that the topic needs to be broached regionally, both in a specific per country way as well as regionally. The issue from the south towards the north, and in this sense, we are attacking it from north towards the south. This issue affects not only economically, but it also affects the health of the cattle, of the livestock, and other species of warm-blooded animals on top of human beings. This is why we urge regionally for all the countries to support, and we want to thank IICA in this sense for the support with the infrastructure of installations of pens for the livestock and also office who we are working with together. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mexico, for your comments. I would like to consult the panelists whether or not you have any comments, contributions regarding Mexico's question.
Yeah, probably just one comment on that, and thank you so much. The issue of New World screwworm, this is an issue that we understand is very important to Mexico, very important to the United States, as well as other regions. One of the positive aspects about it is that, both regions has eradicated this disease before, right? And I do believe that it is possible now. I think, again, when we talk about coordination, and as you stated, coordination between regions, it's going to be very necessary as it relates to that. Not just from really a surveillance perspective. As this moves closer and closer. I do want to highlight too, kind of still the importance of, regional cooperation, but making sure that we are bringing everyone into the room with these conversations as well. From an industry perspective, we have a blueprint in Mexico as well, and we are coordinating with producer groups, governments, because there are some tools available to help manage and prevent. I know from the government perspective, yes, there are the sterile fly facilities and things of that nature, but we also know that farmers, ranchers, producers, they need medications and things now to help treat this disease and help prevent with certain preventative measures that are there. And so I think as we think about coordination, it's making sure that we have everyone within the room to help combat this and come up with solutions for this as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, China. Consulto a nuestros representantes nacionales.
I would like to consult our national representatives, our distinguished national and international representatives about any other questions that you might have for these presentations. I do not see any hands raised. It seems that there aren't any. Well, we have Guatemala. Please go ahead. Thank you. Well, if we talk about the swarm as well, we have to bring to attention the fact that it is not only having the proper medication available, this is also an issue of barriers. The barrier was broken in Darien, and this was part of the issue because of which we are now in Central America and North America. We have this pressure. We have to do the work from the top down, as the director said, from the north to south, but we also have to work on the natural barriers, research, investigate what are the natural enemies of this plague. Because, for example, in the traditional cattle fly, one of the most effective ways is to stop spraying pesticides indiscriminately because that kills the dragonfly, which is its natural enemy, and it's not the only one. In this case, with the cattle screwworm, it's not its enemy, but there could be others. In Mexico and Guatemala, for example, I've been talking with the Secretary Verdegue and I to start working on illegal livestock issue and transportation in general from Guatemala to Mexico, but this is pointless if we do not manage to put the proper barriers in place, and this also includes releasing the sterile flies towards the south. And this is why in the Agricultural Central American Council, which brings together the ministers of Central America and the Dominican Republic, I requested this, and we had an agreement between the ministers to have a plant in the south of Honduras that would help us to trickle this pressure down towards the south. So we would need within the IICA framework to have this sort of work, joint work in the research part, not only of the natural enemies, but also of this. And also the issue of the plants that are needed not just in the south of Mexico, but also an intermediary in Honduras, and also what is working, of course, in Panama right now, but is unfortunately not enough, but is necessary to be able to go down. It is not the same situation that 30 years ago where we had the Darien flag, which was the most important thing to be able to reduce the center and the north. So please, I hope you take this into consideration. Thank you so much, Guatemala. We will take note of your suggestion. It is very important for research and surveillance. On top of that, as a potential work area between the private and the public sector, I would like to know if Honduras has any comments on what Guatemala commented, and perhaps our DG also to add to the work regarding the cattle screwworm. Honduras? Yes, I wanted to reiterate the commitment of IICA regarding the fact that we are facing a disease that came back with a vengeance, and cross-country regional work that is required within the framework of our limitations. We have put resources in place for these Central American strategies and also collaborating with the government of Mexico. I wanted to reiterate that this requires a coordination with the Department of Agriculture of the United States. The Secretary Rollins has just made an important announcement. Just with the strong veterinary services in the countries, with a cooperation of international nature that is willing to collaborate with the countries, especially in Central America, we are going to be able to face this situation. But I would like to reiterate the commitment of IICA to act together on an issue that is of absolute priority. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Director. Any other representatives of any other nation that would like to comment on what Guatemala proposed? Apparently not. Apparently not. Then I will give the floor to Brazil. Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to add a comment about an experience that thankfully was well documented in Brazil, but is addressing health and safety first. As you know, in the month of May, Brazil had a case of bird flu, a large-scale bird flu, and thanks to our sanitary system, in 28 days we managed to control the situation. But we share this experience of Brazil with all of you, with Manuel and our other friends and ministers. I leave a suggestion from our own experience that it is not easy to deal with a disease of severity and scale, and that disseminates and spread in a few hours, or maybe a day and a half, as happened in a specific day in Montenegro and Rio Negro in the south of Brazil. This is a suggestion and a thought that perhaps in the future, in an immediate future, we will be able to treat these diseases quickly together. They're quick to spread, they spread violently, generate violent impact, especially diseases that are viral, which is the case of bird flu that has no borders, it has no barriers. So it is essentially impossible to catch these migratory birds that, well, migrate vertically, basically, that spread throughout the Americas. So you have Brazil's support, and we offer our experience in being able to come up with, for those who speak Spanish, make a joint effort so that together we can treat these diseases that are of high risk. Thank you so much, Brazil. Any comments from the national representatives about what Brazil proposes? If that is not the case, then I would like to thank Brazil once again and say that on our end, we agree regarding the urgency and the need to work together in cooperation and collaboration on the issue of animal diseases. I wonder if there are any comments on behalf of the speakers. I would have one more question on my end, which would be to take advantage of the presence of our distinguished national representatives so that you might have the opportunity to inform them whether or not you have any requests that are specific for them, especially regarding the preparation for the COP. I think we are all preparing for this event, and perhaps there are specific requirements from the sector that could be shared with the ministers. Thank you.
I mean, as it was said earlier today, COP and Belém, and then maybe the one after that will be the two most important ones, I think, for livestock of all of the COPs we've had. That offers a tremendous opportunity. I read the declaration, the IICA declaration, and I think it's a very good declaration. It covers most, if not all, of the things that I would want to say. Let me rephrase that, which I think you should be saying. I think there's been, as one of the previous speakers said, there's been a changeover in the dialogue, in the discourse of how people talk about livestock production. It was very negative a few years ago. It's become more positive, but I would warn you that it can become very negative very quickly again. And that could be for different reasons, not just people who want to, not consume animal products, but also people who want to consume animal products, but only animal products from their country or their region. You know who I'm talking about. It could become very negative very quickly on other things, on animal diseases. The animal diseases that Shana mentioned, they're not going to go away. I mean, the Brazilian resolution of the avian influenza case was commendable. But as the map showed, avian influenza is everywhere. And different countries have different approaches to resolving it. That's not for us to say. But the only thing that you know is that it's going to come back in one way or another. It's going to infect other species. We know that. And it's going to have economic and social impact. So there's really no excuse not to prepare for that. And I think that's a message that needs to be sent very clearly to the rest of the world, is that this region is a livestock producing region, a big, strong, important one, if not the producing region of the world. These diseases are here, they're coming, they continue to come, and we need the tools. And that means also the political flexibility to deal with these things, because that's what COP is all about, those political content. The last thing I would say is invest in animal health. Again, a small investment in better animal health. And that's not, it doesn't just have to be money, it can also be coordination. Groups like IICA or WOA or CAMAVET or any of these coordination mechanisms are so important to have discussions beforehand. How are we going to deal with this? What vaccines will you accept? Which ones will we use? How is this produce going to move across markets? Which diagnostics? To have that in a structural, systematic way, and possibly also an anticipatory way. I would say these are the important things that need to be addressed. And sustainability, that theme is not going to go away either. It might get a little bit less emphasis in some periods. It might get some more emphasis in other periods. That's fine. It's not going to go away. And it's, I think, also an ethical and moral obligation to produce healthy animals, to have healthy animals. So so that you can have a healthy society. So again, I think all of these points, or if not all of, most of them are addressed in that declaration. But I think most importantly, the political message, animals and livestock production are important for many, many different reasons. social, economic, One Health, you name it, sustainability. You can get any theme in there you want, but it's an important area that's going to continue to increase, and this is what this region stands for. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Carol.
Thank you so much, Carol. Shayna, do you have anything to add?
With everything that Carl noted, I would just add that again, the importance of investments in animal health, but also, not just as it relates to COP. After this COP, after the next COP, these conversations, these discussions across regions, they need to continue highlighting the importance of animal health and investments that's needed in animal health. This needs to continue regardless of upcoming COPs, right? Because they're important, and these diseases, they are here. They are going to continue to be here, and these investments within the sector are going to be needed to help tackle these global challenges that are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shaina. No veo más manos levantadas.
I do not see any more raised hands, and because of time constraints, we are about to close this conference. I think Karel has something quick to add.
It is incredibly important that the Americas stand together in this world. And I would just once again encourage that stand together, even if you have minor differences here or there, stand together in the global context. It's really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol. Con eso cerramos entonces este panel.
So with this, we'll close out this panel, and I would give the floor to our General Director to manage the rest of the session. Thank you so much.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Well, thank you so much.
Con la presencia de nuestro presidente, el presidente.
With the presence of our president of the executive team, we now enter the end of this workshop with this phrase that you have just said, that the Americas need to stand together. And in this sense, I wanted to, first of all, remind you of something that we all know, is that we are a heterogeneous region. We need to cast aside some of our differences, which are characteristic, our culture, our productive models, and find the consensus. And for this, IICA tries to be a bridging institution that brings together the most important points of convergence. I make this introduction because what we are now going to read is the message that synthesizes the spirit of this workshop, which is not a political declaration, that highlights a process where we commit, especially I commit as a General Director of IICA, to bring this issue to the Inter-American Council of Ministers that is going to take place in Brazil from November 3rd to November 5th. And I insist that this message tries to collect the spirit of the 4 topics that were discussed. So I'm going to ask for us to read slowly this message, which I interpret tries to reflect the topics that were discussed and some requests that were made by some countries throughout this intense day. In case there are any comments or requests for declaration, we would be collecting those. And then immediately after, I would give the floor to the president, the chairman, to give the closing words of this workshop. I am asking Jorge if it's ready. Thank you so much, Director. Yes, I'm ready. The only thing is that we sent the material to Lina, and I'm not sure if Lina has already updated the material so that it can be projected, or if we are considering that everybody. What do you think?
Please proceed. A joint message about the importance of animal production. In background, the Inter-American Institution for as an specialized institution of the Inter-American system, supports the efforts of the member states to get the achievement of the agro and the rural well-being. The IICA has been the leader in the cooperation of multiple actors and the approaches based on science for animal production, promoting at the same time social development and economical development. Second paragraph, the production and the consumption of animals, meat, milk, eggs, they have a vital importance in the different fields in the Americas. Given the importance and the production systems, it is essential that all interested parties within the chain of supply work together proactively to improve as a group the different practices. In all the Americas, we will keep united in the recognition of the essential role that the animal production has in supporting the well-being of humans, prosperity, and the environmental sustainability. From the small farmers to the great scale operations, all these systems contribute to livelihood, animal nutrition, and ecosystem services in the different views. Yeah, it is true that we are dealing with different opportunities and challenges with different characteristics due to the structure, market structure, cultural traditions. We recognize that there isn't any unique model for all of them. Each nation should strengthen its pathway. We are working together, guided by different values, but with the same challenges. Here we have different messages supporting them as a group. These principles reflect a vision of production animal systems which are healthy, economically feasible, and environmentally responsible. Now, for the present and for the future generations, principles number one, we need animal-based food, which are safe, traceable, and in good conditions. Base animal food are important in vitamins, essential vitamins, minerals, especially for those populations which are vulnerable, such as children and the elderly. The populations depend on this food for a significant part of their diet. However, these benefits are only visible if food is safe. Therefore, we are committed the health of the consumers, strengthening these safety systems of food, the traceability, in order to prevent the dissemination of food-based diseases. This is the principle number one related to the need of animal origin products. Sorry for that. I would like, if it is possible, in the paragraph, these benefits can only be obtained when food is safe. I could add on that accessible for most of the population. I don't know if you agree with me. Go ahead. Principle number two, commitment with the implementation, continuous implementation of technology, agro practices based on science. Recognize that the agro production requires adaptation and innovation on an ongoing basis. If there are new knowledge and challenges, we are committed to improve continuously the practices and the public policies, such as productivity and animal handling as well, in order to satisfy the demand of animal-based origin, and at the same time to protect our natural resources. We should empower farmers, producers with the tools, knowledge in order to do more with less. We reaffirm the value of research, innovation, and the transference of technology, even training, whether it is done through the improved genetics, vet products, or informative tools. It should be based on science and get adapted to the local needs. Recognizing the importance of extending the knowledge over practices based on science to reduce the environment production, we emphasize the need of research, investment, and extension for the proper implementation of innovative practices and effective practices as well. It was the principle number 2. Let's move forward with the principle number 3, handling of pasture. All these systems can contribute significantly to the all environments and to the ecosystem services. Approximately 2/3 of the agro lands in the world are permanent pastures or grasslands. The way they contribute to the human population is through the cattle pasture. We recognize the benefits of adopting pasture practices contributing to the health of the soil, biodiversity, and the resiliency of the system. We recognize likewise the benefits of these pasture systems and the value of investment in the adoption of these practices that they can contribute to the resilience of the sector as well as the health. Principle. Let's go to the number 4, paper of the economical and trade development. The trade of agro products, it's a economical growth motor, also referred to resilience trades based on regulations and the sanitary measures based on science, which support producers, strengthen the food systems, and boost the trust among nations. As all countries apply their own approach, we promote the cooperation, ensuring that benefits are transparent and beneficial in compliance with the agreements of the International Trade Organization, recognizing the benefits of the international trade for the food highlights the importance of a safe interchange based on rules, animals or products between among the economies of the countries of the Americas, backing up millions of employments in the agro, processing, distribution, and minor trade. At the same time, it provides nutrition and food safety for the region and for the world. Let's go to the principle number 5, the last one, related to the importance of the animal health. Paraguay, please. The article number 5 or 4. Yeah, the economical one. I would like to propose in this regard that we respect the official data of the country for the international trade. Because if not, again, we're going to have the same issue. We're going to say, for example, certifications, each block imposes something to the another block, and in that way we double expenses in order to have data, and we don't recognize the official data of the countries. Therefore, this is in a small phrase we can include the recognition of the public efforts and the official data of the countries. Okay, we included that. About the importance of animal health. Healthy animals are part of the base of this sustainable and productive sector. They produce more animals using less resources with a minor environmental impact by unit of production. So animal sanitation systems are essential not only to reduce diseases, but to promote an efficient production with less emissions, providing benefits to producers, consumers, and the environment in the same way. The protection of the animals, of the animal health, reduces poverty, supports the means of life of producers, prevents the, resistance to microbiomes, and safeguard the public health. Recognizing the need to strengthen the sanitation, we want to include the control of animal diseases and the issues related to bad public health at a first plate in the different technical and political agendas of the member states of IICA to ensure the resources for the related activities and the coordinated responses to emerging threats in the Occidental Hemisphere. Closure. While we face challenges, these principles can guide the collective action. We keep firm in our commitment to build productive agro-systems for the benefit of all of us. We welcome to other members to join this shared mission to guarantee that farming is really helpful for people and for the planet. Here we close the declaration, and with that, I want to give the word to the General Director to conduct the rest of the session. Thank you. Thank you for your excellent Spanish. We have compiled two observations from Uruguay, the Uruguayan delegate. I give the word to the United States delegate.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President, and appreciate the reading of the document. In listening to it, I did hear a trigger word for us as well. In section 2, there's a reference to technology transfer. This is a term of art in the IPR world. We have an alternative for best practices.
Perfecto, recogemos.
Yeah, thank you. We will include that request. We have thought with this joint message is that once we receive observations, it will be sent to the Inter-American Joint, where ministers, the maximum body, where ministers will analyze it and will back. So questions to the delegates, if you have any additional comment. Uruguay, yes. In point number 5, yeah, it's kind of about the protection of animal health reduces poverty. Probably is the way you wrote it. Probably we should include in which way or in which sector. I think it's a big concept. Yeah, we need to be more specific on how it reduces poverty. So we will include the request to improve the phrase Guatemala delegate. Maybe a suggestion. Yeah, probably you also can include that through the protection of the property, family property, and the country in terms of cattle. Okay, we include that. Another question, and I give the word for any additional comment that you may want to include. No, we don't have any comment. So this proposal will be edited. I insist that it will be sent to all of you so that the corresponding channels and with the appropriate background to our meeting in Brazil by the beginning of November. So please claps for this proposal of declaration. We could be finishing that.
Señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. To finalize today's event, I will invite the Minister of Agro and Irrigation of Peru and the President of the Executive Committee of IICA, Mr. Ángel Manuel Campos. Please, I give you the word. Minister, thank you very much. Please receive my regards. So we are finalizing the first session of this 45th meeting of the Executive Committee of the IICA, a meeting where we have addressed relevant at a very high level, at a very essential level, the declaration make us see the importance of this date. We have seen topics such as security, traceability, markets, sustainable farming. And when we talk about sustainability, let me give you a piece of information for those who are not aware of this mechanism. Currently, Peru is leading the platform of climate change for the agro, which is the PLACA platform, integrated by 18 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Without any doubt, we will invite countries who are not members to join it in a context where with the IICA to have a unique voice about these sustainable topics of the agro. It's not about attacking an economical sector, but to look for the sustainability of the sector. That's why the COP in Brazil, it's important, the importance of these sessions, to have a unique voice about the agro and the farming as well. So you are invited, for those countries who are not members, are kindly invited. In the next months, we're gonna see how we integrate to join the continent in just one voice. Having mentioned this, I want to thank to all the excellent speakers. We had excellent speakers today. Thanks to the organizers, to all the attendees of this first work session, to all the IICA staff, the Ministry of Agro of Peru, to the visitors, Ministries of State. For Peru has been an honor to participate today. Tomorrow we'll have an important date as well for the continent. Thank you very much to all of you.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Please, we invite you to the protocol photo for the end of the session.
Muchísimas gracias a nuestra mesa de honor.
Thank you very much to the honor table, to the different representatives, ministers, to the ministers of the delegates, attendees, to all of you. So we have concluded the first session.
Tenemos un último aviso. Tenemos
We
los
have a last
buses
announcement with we have the buses of at 6:40.